Good morning and welcome to the January board meeting of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Just have a couple of brief announcemements. As we begin today, as always, I want to make sure everyone is aware that this meeting is being broadcast on the internet. So at any point, any one of us, both those of us on the board table and those of you in the audience, can be visible to those who are watching online. Also, please silence your cell phones, your computers, put those on stun. It is, or stunned. It is also my pleasure to introduce the new president of Texas A&M University Texarkana, Emily Cutrer. Emily, would you stand and be recognized? Thank you for being here. At this time, we'll move to the second agenda item, which is approval of the minutes from the October board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Here.
David?
I've given staff a couple of typographical corrections, specifically on 6C2. I believe that the chairman did not make the second there. It was myself. And under 8U, I believe that those were not recommendations. They were actually motions and seconds on those three items that we voted on. I would ask that those be entered in as the corrected minutes. They don't change the outcome of the board's deliberation or of the votes. It just more perfectly reflects the actions of the board.
All right. Durga, would you, are you amenable to amending your motion to approve the minutes as corrected by David?
Yes.
All right. So, and same for Bobby's second?
Yes.
All right. A motion to approve the minutes of the October 25th board meeting as amended by the corrections from Dr. Tischer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is the consent calendar for the meeting. The consent calendar includes items considered non-controversial that we think can be improved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more attention. Of course, it's any board member's prerogative to request an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That gives us the opportunity to discuss it during the meeting. At this time, does any board member wish to remove another item or items from the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to briefly discuss with the provost who is here the Texas A&M Health Science Center degrees that we're moving from the Health Science Center to the main campus, if that would be possible.
So, what can you have the item numbers? Numbers?
I'm going to look it up. I do not. I'm sorry.
They're item
8F.
Yes, sir.
136.
8F. Yes.
All right. So you're making a motion to remove item 8F.
Yes, and I had a brief discussion with the provost earlier this morning, and I believe she has a conflict, so if we can take that out of order and deal with it maybe first, if you would mind.
Is there a second for David's motion? We have a second. All in favor of David's motion to remove item 8F and subsequent bullets from the consensus calendar, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, the motion carries. Does any board member want to add any items to the consent calendar? Well, darn it. Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar as previously amended?
So moved.
I have a motion from Harold. Is there a second? From Durga. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. At this time, I would Karen, if you could come up, I think we'll take this item next and out of order. I know you've got travel plans later in the morning.
Yes, sir, for Take Your 12 Feet.
Good. Doing the Lord's work. Do you have any opening remarks regarding the items that we've removed from consent?
No, sir.
Oh, all right. David, you had some questions on that one.
Yeah, so we had a good conversation. I just, for the record, had a couple questions for you. One was by moving those out of a separate health science center, the advantage to the state, the students, obviously the institution, the ability to draw down additional research dollars. Where does that funding, that federal funding coming from? the clinical autonomy of the faculty, and then where they might fit within the A&M system. And I believe you shared with me a separate senior vice president that would be on a wire diagram, maybe separate to you or parallel to you, but still the dean would answer to the provost, which is obviously your position. If you can kind of go over what we talked about earlier, I'd appreciate that for the rest of us.
So as I mentioned to you, one of the important things about this integration is so that our other academic units of Texas A&M University and all of the units of the Health Science Center become much more integrated and engaged together, because the competition for some funds, especially from the NIH, are greatly influenced by having a whole line of researchers, from the fundamental science research through clinical studies that may involve animals as well as to humans, and then to actual practice and clinical practice. And this line of researchers well integrated together, you don't have to be one institution to do that, but it is greatly facilitated if it is within one institution. And we have seen that from competing against institutions in many other states that have such a great integration. So our intent is not just to slightly nudge these two organizations together, but our intent is to well integrate them in their cooperation and collaboration over time. Nonetheless, it's very important for all professional degrees. We have several already in the university, and obviously the Health Science Center has several, to maintain the autonomy that experts in the field need in making sure they meet the curricular and the professional development goals that are necessary, not only to maintain accreditation, but to excel in the kind of professionals who graduate. So our president has made it very clear that we don't want to disrupt what we consider to be very positive programs, not only in the medical college, but in the dentistry and all the professional colleges of the Health Science Center. So we don't want to do anything administratively or philosophically that will disrupt those successes. This is intended to make sure that we integrate and collaborate to move forward together, but not disrupt or destroy anything that exists. I would say to you that I think the entire time we have assumed that the Health Science Center will continue to have a CEO. The CEO, however, will answer to the president of the university. In other words, would be at the level, if you will, of someone like me who is under the president. We have said that the A&M deans do answer to the provost. Administratively, the deans of the Health Science Center would still be reporting to that CEO, because administratively a lot of things will still be managed that. But they would also be integrated with the deans of the entire College of Texas A&M, so that we create collaborations and interfaces that are going to ensure that they don't just occasionally think of each other, but they steadily and constantly think about how they can collaborate together.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move we approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second from Bobby. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Karen. We'll now move on to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. The newly released 2012 population projections from the Texas State Data Center are lower than prior projections by approximately 1 million. Dr. Lloyd Potter, the State of Texas demographer and director of the center, will present these projections. He'll discuss where and how the projections have changed and present his perspective on what these changes might mean for the state. Then Susan Brown, our Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, will follow with a presentation on how population projections are used in closing the gaps by 2015 and how the most recent projections might be used in developing our next long-range or long-term strategic plan and the impact on per-student funding. Dr. Potter, welcome. I'll let you kick it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So I just prepared a few slides just to kind of give you some overview. And I think the slide, I'm assuming you guys can see that there. Okay. This slide just shows some of the different scenarios. So we've just recently released a new set of population projections that are based on the 2010 census. So the way we do projections is you have the population base, which is the most recent census. Prior to this release of these projections, we had been using a 2000 population base, being that was the previous census. So this set of projections is based on the new set of census data, and then we also incorporate information about fertility, mortality, and migration, and use data the most recent data that we can get. And in the case of these set of projections, we use data and trends in fertility, mortality, and migration, looking at the past decade. So if you look at the slide here, it illustrates the sets of projections that we have, and also compares them to one set of the projections that we have with the 2000 base. If you look at the bottom line there, that is the population projection if we assume there's no migration in Texas. So that's simply what we refer to as natural increase. So that's births minus deaths is what's driving that blue line population change. So Texas will continue to grow even if we weren't such an attractive state for out-of-state and international migrants to come here. And then if you look at the top green line there, that is using the migration scenario from the last decade. So we kind of look at the trend in migration over the last decade, apply that to the population projection, and it results in that. In my opinion, that's kind of an aggressive migration scenario. For long-term planning, we don't necessarily recommend using the more aggressive scenario because it's maybe assuming that Texas will, and I think we will continue to grow, but at some point I anticipate that kind of the level of migration may slow. And so what we then also do is produce kind of a mid-line set of projections, and that's represented by the red line, which is half of the migration scenario. And for long-term planning, we recommend using that. I would say for shorter-term planning, probably using the more aggressive scenario, or at least for this current decade, because if we look certainly at the last couple of years, Texas has continued to grow at a pace of about 2.1%, or a little over 20% over a decade. So we're kind of looking at that migration trend seems to be continuing, at least in the short term. And so, probably if you're doing mid-range planning, you want to use something in between the two. But again, this gives us these different scenarios. I also, in this slide, illustrated, at least for the more aggressive scenario, I put the some data points with the purple blocks there to illustrate that our projection isn't that far off from the previous aggressive projection that we had from the 2000 base as well. Now, where they differ is going to be in this midline projection, and I think that's the projection that the Higher Education Coordinating Board really uses for kind of their planning, which again is what we would recommend. This just kind of is showing the age distribution, because what I want to do is kind of illustrate where we see some of the differences. First, I'll kind of just show you the projection, kind of looking at this over time. If you look at the subsequent rows, going from blue to green to kind of, I guess that's a turquoise color, those are the decades. And essentially you can see that by age, especially in the kind of the college-going age, group, that each decade we're expecting there to be more. The red bars are just kind of illustrating this concept of a cohort. So if you take those that are 10 to 14 in 2020, they're 20 to 24, and in 2030 they're 30 to 34. So you can kind of follow that cohort through. So if you look at any one cohort, you can see that the cohorts are growing, and that growth is going to be a function of migration. And so if you use different migration scenarios, you'll see that each cohort will either grow higher, grow a lot more, or grow less relative to the migration scenario. Now, this illustrates just the kind of the college-going age and kind of the cohorts that are in primary school. And you can see similar. I've drawn the line there to kind of illustrate a cohort. But here is the 0.5 scenario, so that's the less aggressive migration scenario. And then I'm going to quickly go to the 0.1. So if I'm going to go back and forth between those, you can kind of see the difference that migration scenario is making in terms of the change in the population in each cohort. So I'm kind of, I guess, see if I can do that again. Just go back and forth. Now, and so in the case, I believe that the Higher Education Coordinating Board is probably going to utilize this 0.5 scenario. You see that it, relative to the more aggressive migration scenario, is there's less growth in each cohort. Okay. Now, I also then just wanted to illustrate the difference between the two sets of projections. While, at least for the more aggressive scenario, the overall numbers were very similar. When we look at each age group, and again we're applying, age, race, ethnic, specific, migration, fertility, and mortality rates. But essentially what you see happening compared to the 2000 base projections and the 2010 base projections is that it looks as though there are, relatively speaking, more people at the younger ages compared to the slightly older ages. So there's so while the overall numbers look somewhat similar for the aggressive scenario, are lower. The 2010 base are lower than the midline projection for the 2000 base. But essentially we're seeing that in terms of our projections, and this here is for 2020, that there are, relatively speaking, more younger people. And then this goes out to 2030, and in a similar pattern, you see that relative to our previous set of projections, that there are more younger people than what we had projected previously for 2030. So that pretty much summarizes, the major points I wanted to go over, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. And Susan, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add.
One of the things that we're interested in is the Hispanic population, and was there a larger shift in the Hispanic population than in overall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you all that the Hispanic population is driving a lot of the population growth in Texas. One of the things, there are a couple of things here that are relevant to, I don't know if we want to say that our current set of projections are suggesting that the growth of the Hispanic population may not be as quick as it was in the previous. And two of the factors are that fertility among Hispanics has declined rather dramatically in the last few years. And that is figured into the set of projections as well. So that's kind of where we're seeing less, not as significant growth as we had seen in the previous set of projections, because the data we were using for the previous set had much higher relatively higher fertility rates among Hispanics. And then I think the other factor is migration, that migration has kind of stemmed a little bit for Hispanics moving into Texas as well. So both of those factors result in, relative to the previous set of migrations, the Hispanic population not growing quite as quickly as, and I think I need to caution all of these things. when we're doing projections, we're making a best guess and making assumptions about fertility and migration. And so, if things change, fertility could decline much more quickly. It could go back up. It could, and the same thing. And migration is the big variable. I mean, that's why we do the different scenarios, because you really can't predict what's going to happen with the economy, and that's the major driver of migration to and from Texas.
Do you have data that says from what other states they're migrating to Texas from?
Not with me today, but I can provide that to you. Yes, there are a number of different strategies, or there are two basic sources of information on migrant streams. One comes from the Internal Revenue Service. Every year produces a migration file. They kind of look at where you filed your taxes last year and where you filed them this year, and they're able to kind of look at migration streams based on that. Those data don't really provide us with, in fact, they don't provide us with anything about race, ethnicity, or age. It's just kind of a count. The other source is the American Community Survey, which is a survey that the Census Bureau does, and that provides us more demographic detail, but perhaps less geographic detail. But just looking at the state overall, we can certainly look at what states people move from and kind of what their characteristics are.
And because I agree that so much of the migration is economic driven. And, it seems like we're on a trajectory that's going to continue to maintain that, like you were saying, as far as the current migration rates. I'd just be interested to see from where other parts around the country that they are migrating here from.
I can briefly talk about that. I mean, the recession really has driven a lot of migration from California and Arizona. If you kind of look at the patterns, and I probably I'll just mention Forbes.com has a migration map. If you Googled Forbes.com migration, you can kind of click on any county and it'll show you where and they essentially, it's a widget that uses this Internal Revenue Service data. If you do that, you can kind of and play around with that map. You can see that migrants are moving from Southern California, Arizona, Las Vegas, and then you also see significant movement from the Midwest, like Detroit and Chicago, and then also the Northeast and South Florida. So it's really a lot of has been, I think, at least the most recent migrant streams has been driven by economic conditions that were look pretty darn good compared to Southern California and certainly in the Midwest. So we're having a lot of, and our growth with the kind of the oil industry and all of that has just really driven a lot of migration to Texas from those areas. Yes, sir.
A couple of questions in regard to the Hispanic population. You factor in what we know about mobility. I assume that as social mobility improves, fertility declines. Do you
Generally
do that
speaking, yes, that's true. Yes, sir.
And have you done that in regard to the Hispanic population in determining fertility?
No, we've not we don't use the trends that we're seeing in terms of economic and social mobility and how that influences fertility, and then that figures into our projections. We're just simply looking at data. So we're kind of looking at from the state births and deaths data and kind of looking at that trend-wise, and that's what we use in the projection model that we use.
And my second question has to do with immigration from Mexico. I've seen some reports that there's been a net loss of immigrants from Mexico over the past couple of years, that it's become a negative flow, that there's been a return to Mexico. Do your data for Texas confirm that?
Again, I would say I don't know if it's been a net loss. I mean, I believe that we probably, at least in Texas, nationally, that may be the case. Or at least I've seen some reports to that effect, that many other states, that there's almost been a reverse migration that is occurring. In Texas, we may have kind of leveled off. I mean, the volume of migration to Texas has slowed. from Mexico. I think the undocumented migration from Texas has slowed dramatically. I don't know if any of you have driven along the border recently, but it's pretty intense enforcement in the border region, and that has really slowed the amount of unauthorized immigrants moving in to Texas in the United States. They are still flowing, but again, it's kind of not as significant as it was previously. Texas will, and because for legal immigrants, Texas has a very significant population base of people who were either born in Mexico or have very strong family ties to Mexico. U.S. immigration policy favors family reunification. So for legal migration, Texas will continue to be a significant recipient of migrants from Mexico just for that basis. I think, though, your point that there have been a fair number of reports looking at economic conditions in Mexico in light of the recession. We're now coming out of the recession, so I think that will kind of be less and less of a factor, that there will be an increasing number of jobs, I think, in Texas and in the rest of the United States. But economic conditions in Mexico have been improving, and so that puts less of a push factor in Mexico. So we're... I think we'll continue to have a net positive migration from Mexico. It's just slowed relative to where it was previous in the previous decade. I mean, like in the mid 2000s, there was, just very significant migrant streams, and then the recession slowed that, and now I think we're probably leveled off for at least the time being, and I think it will increase as the economy improves.
Thank you.
Harold?
Dr. Potter, the fertility is mostly, say it's gone down. Is that reflective of economic as much as anything?
Yeah, I mean, fertility is, there are economic factors and social and cultural factors that come into play in terms of what we see in fertility. So what we're observing in Texas and the rest of the United States is, certainly the fertility kind of coming out of the recession. I think that's kind of overall has slowed fertility, but appears to have been affected the Hispanic population more than other racial and ethnic groups. And then educational attainment, economic mobility, those things. So women that pursue education are much less likely to have children at early ages and much more likely to have fewer children. So you kind of have that phenomena. So as Hispanics kind of get higher rates of educational attainment, we'll likely continue to see fertility rates decline. And that's mainly, I think, what we're seeing is a phenomenon that's happening among Hispanics that are native born, that are from the United States. We're also, I think, seeing some decline, even though I'm not seeing much data on this, but I believe there's some decline among foreign-born Hispanics as well in terms of fertility. But that may be just related to the recession. I'm not sure, and I'm not exactly sure what might be driving that, but it's not been as significant.
You might want to mention the work that you're doing on the educational attainment.
Sure. Susan and I were talking earlier. One of the things that I and a couple of our staff members are working on is looking at the projections that we've just produced, taking those and trying to project educational attainment in Texas. And we're doing that using data from the American Community Survey, which I mentioned earlier as a source of migration data, but also has information about educational attainment. So we're looking at trends in educational attainment by race, ethnicity, and sex, and we'll be applying those rates, those trended rates, to the projected population to see what we might anticipate, under these different migration scenarios, anticipate the educational attainment to look like in the state. So we're in the middle of that right now. I'm not exact. I can't commit to exactly when we'll have something out, but I'm hoping in the next month or two that we'll be able to produce something like that.
We'll check with you weekly.
Okay.
This attainment projection, are you taking into account the attainment gains in those states, or for that matter, Mexico, for population that would be migrating to Texas?
Well, what we're trying to do is break out the foreign-born and the native-born population among Hispanics. So we have a method that we're working with to try to estimate. And we know from the American Community Survey, we have information about educational attainment and can trend that for the foreign-born population. So we've separately broken out the foreign-born population from the native-born Hispanic population, and are looking at those trends and seeing how that, that just figures into the overall educational attainment projections that we're producing.
Members, any other questions for Dr. Potter? Susan, we'll turn it over to you for your part. Do you have a handout, Susan?
There should be some overheads at your place, and there's going to be, and then they'll put up the new. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the enrollment forecast that we do every 2 years. As Dr. Potter mentioned, the population projections change, and they are projections, and so redoing them every 2 years seems to be a smart thing to do. The purpose, we want to look at the enrollment forecast. We talk to the institutions, how are they projected to do, and our enrollment forecasts are based on historical trends. So these are conservative by nature. They look at the demographics that they're drawing from. It does not assume that those institutions are making any changes to where they're drawing their students from. And it also provides a baseline for the statewide enrollment for the universities. We only do them for universities, community and technical institutions, and then the independent institutions. We do not do projections for the health science centers, because so much of their enrollment is capped by the size of the class they can enroll and that sort of thing.
What about the for-profit institutions?
We have not even started trying to do those for the for-profits.
I mean, we're now getting there.
We're now getting the data. We have 2 to 3 years of decent data. So once we get 4 or 5 years, we might be able to look at some of that.
Because this was one of the questions I had when I went through this material a few days ago. The difference in what our overall 2000 base in enrollment and our goal, which I think the 630,000 would put us at 1,650,000
right.
in total students in post-secondary if we hit our goal. These numbers didn't add up to that, so I'm assuming then it's the for-profits and the health-relateds that are the
Correct.
delta.
Correct. As I said, they're designed to be conservative. These are saying that, okay, we're not going to change what we're doing. It also gives us a little bit of a measure of if you change what you're doing, how far, where is that getting you? We look at 5 years of historical enrollment by age, race, ethnicity, and county. We use the State Data Center population projections, and we project out, we get a rate for each county, for each of those subgroups, and then we apply that to the population projections for age, race, ethnicity, and county. We also look at the non-resident participation factors and apply those. And then we actually send the population or send the enrollment projections out to all the institutions and say, okay, what are y'all doing that might affect these? UT Austin has an enrollment cap. A&M is doing some stuff. We have found that if an institution is building a new dorm, you can pretty well guarantee that their enrollment's going to go up probably by 2/3 the number of beds that are in that new dorm. So there's things like that we look at, and they send us back. We have also had, this year for the first time, we had some of the community colleges actually said, we're not going to grow that fast anymore. We're putting a cap, we're not building another new campus. And so we had those kind of comments that came back this time. And so we take all of that into account. We had a little bit slower growth, and this is something we had talked about. We looked at the 2010 census data compared to the prior projections that we had gotten from the State Data Center, and overall they were a little bit lower for 2010. So that's one reason we're going with that midline projection. When you go out to 2020, which is where we're going, compared to the prior enrollment forecast or prior projections that we used, it's almost 2 million lower. A lot of that is in the Hispanic population, and Dr. Potter just went over some of the reasons for that, and so that has a lot to do with where our projections are coming in. It's a little bit higher than it was in 2011. Part of that has to do with we had very high growth in the first part of those 5-year trend. And then obviously if you look at the 10 and 11 or 11 and 12, it went pretty flat for our enrollment. And then if you apply those different rates to the population projections, it basically came out close to the same, but it had different reasonings behind that. This shows the trend over time. It's just 2005, 10, 12 actual enrollments, and then our projections for 2015 and 2020. As the chairman said, the 2015 is lower than the Closing the Gaps goal. The career colleges at last count were at 110,000 student enrollment. The health relateds were at about 25,000. So even these projections would get us somewhat close to the Closing the Gaps goals, but it would be closer. And this shows the forecast, and this forecast, the Closing the Gaps target of 1.4, 1.5, almost 1.5 million, that is the percent of, or the part of the Closing the Gaps goal that we had attributed to these 3 sectors. Only the community and technical colleges, the universities, and the independent institutions. So, once again, as the chairman already talked about, even though these forecasts don't get us to the Closing the Gaps goal, a lot of that difference is being actually made up by the career colleges at this point. So, hopefully in 2 or 3 years I'll be able to provide you something new by looking at those career colleges and see what we can gain from that.
We need it by 2015.
Okay.
Specifically before May 2015.
Before May 2015?
2015, yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. We'll see. I'm not going to guarantee anything. We have here are the institutional targets. Each year we ask the institutions to give us their idea of where they want to be. And we do ask them to be stretch goals because we want them to be enrolling more students and that sort of thing. The yellow is the actual. The red is our 2012 forecast. The orange is the 2010 forecast, which you can't see it because it pretty well follows along right behind the red forecast. So that's why you can't see. You see a little bit of orange. And then if you look at the institutional targets, their actual targets for 2012, even though they are lower than they were in 2010, still reach that goal of for the Closing the Gaps, even for their part of it. So hopefully they will reach their targets. And as I said, these projections are meant to be conservative. So we're really hoping they reach their target. So what does this do? If we reach what are currently our targets and given the new population projections, the total would actually be 6.1%. As you know, the Closing the Gaps targets were based on 5.7% of the population projections. It would be 6.3% of the Hispanics. That's where we saw the most decline or most difference in the 2 population projections. And so that's why we do this. So what we can either do is we can say we really wanted to stay with 5.7% of the population, would be glad to go over that and relook at those targets and bring back what the new targets would be at 5.7% of the population and go from there, or we can go ahead and just keep trying to go for the 600, 630,000 additional students. But we can bring you back what that would be for the 5.7% and how close we are. And what we could either do is show you both at the next meeting so that you have a good comparison of where we are standing compared to the 5.7% or with the current targets as they stand. I'm assuming both is better.
Well, as you know, and as this board heard in October, we're already looking towards 2030 and an overarching goal, at least by 2030, if not sooner, of 60% of our adult working population holding some post-secondary attainment.
And that's why I was very glad when Dr. Potter said he was doing that.
That'll be an important tool, obviously, for that reason. So I'm sure you'll get some questions from the board members, but I think what we're interested in are strategies to get us to the 630,000 gain.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, wasn't the original goal adjusted? Was it $500,000? It went to 630.
Yeah, in 2005 it was adjusted upward from 500,000 to 630,000.
And that was based on reaching the 5.7% of the population. We'd gotten new population projections at that time that increased everything. I'm sure based a lot of that on the in-migration, the large in-migration that we had at the time.
Commissioner?
I would urge the board to stick to the revised 2015 goals of 630,000 students. I remind the board that the original intent of closing the gaps was to get Texas to parity with higher educational attainment among the 10 largest states. So we were, as I've said any number of times, we were struggling mightily to become average. This is a bit of a stretch goal. If we hit our 2015 target, I think we should go for it. I think we should encourage the institutions to reach their individual enrollment goals, which would take us over the target. I think we need to do whatever we can to collect the data from the for-profits, the career and technical schools, and set it as a bit of a stretch goal, and have a very strong foundation for performance from 2015 to 2030. We're still not a national leader. If we shy away from being ambitious, we will never become a national leader in higher education. I think we should stick to our goal and understand it is a bit of a stretch goal, but I think we can do it, and I think it gives us some momentum going into the period from 2015 onward.
Okay.
And I just, for clarification, as I try to understand where the for-profits fit again, and I guess I'm still a little fuzzy, because I completely agree with continuing to maintain that goal. So for clarification for me, are we not counting those? I know you're saying that the data,
we count
you need
them
more
in the
years.
Yes, we count them in the count for closing the gaps. We have not been collecting career college data. We got it in aggregate. We haven't been collecting it down to the level to be able to actually use it much for projections and that sort of thing, because we only have 3 years of historical data that are detailed enough to be able to do the projections. And so usually we like to use more than 3 years for a trend line, 5 years minimum kind of thing.
Susan, have we ever met with representatives of the association? I know that the career and technical schools have a professional association in Texas. Have we met with them to discuss what our needs are and how we'd like to have the information submitted to us?
They do submit it to us.
I know that, but submitted to us perhaps in a more nuanced way, and perhaps in a way that conforms more to the way we collect data.
Well, and we do get that now. For the last 3 years, we've been getting it. They've been very cooperative as far as giving us data and working with us. We now have the career and technical colleges are part of our accountability system. Right. And so we do have it. We just have a short time frame of where we have it.
So in a few years, we'll have enough depth of data to be able to use it in projections as well.
Correct.
And are they setting institutional targets?
They have not set their institutional targets. We only meet with them about once a year. This will be the first year, well, last year was we got the career colleges onto the accountability system about 6 months ago.
And I know,
so we're just
they,
kind of working with them to get started.
They too have been impacted by the economy. We all read about some campuses closing here as well as
and
other
actually
parts of
they
the
did
nation.
some consolidation of campuses where they had multiple campuses in a city. They closed down to where they had one campus in a city, that sort of thing, for the most part.
Would you like to go to your next slide?
Okay, if we're going to have all of these students, how are we going to fund them? That's probably one of the bigger questions. They get funded through formula funding. Other appropriated funds, there's lots of different ways. Tuition and fees, and then the institutions all have non-appropriated funds. So we're going to talk a little bit about how that happens and how all this expansion has affected some of our institutions. Some of the increases we've had, enrollment has increased 540,000 students. Of that, 284,000 at the two-year colleges, 162 at universities. They get funded on credit hours or contact hours or full-time equivalent students. So I wanted to show you the increase is not as much as it is for a head count. That shows how many part-time students, especially at the public community colleges, that shows their part-time students, because usually pull 2 or 3 part-time students in, it becomes 1 full-time equivalent student. We've added 3 new universities. We've added a new pharmacy school since Closing the Gap started, and the community colleges have added multiple community college campuses. The general academics, this is something I showed you when we talked about the formula funding. So this is the appropriated, non-appropriated. You look at, they've got their federal money, non-appropriated, the designated tuition, which is the non-appropriated tuition and fees, auxiliary funds, that sort of thing. This shows the number of full-time equivalent students as they have changed over time since 2000. And as you can see, community colleges had actually fewer. Now, head count wise, community colleges surpassed the universities back in the mid-90s. So they didn't actually surpass them in FTE count until 2009. Then you can see the big spike. We had those large increases in enrollment. Then we've had some declines, and then the last 2 years are projections to where we think that they will recover and kind of come back a little bit. We're going to switch over, and these are just the university students. And if you can look, this is net tuition and fee versus formula funding on a per FTSE. So obviously, as formula funding has either remained steady or gone down a little bit, the students have been picking up the tab. So this is something I know the board has been interested in. And if you look at the formula funding on the per FTSE for 10 and 11, or 10 through 12, there was actually a $600 drop in per FTSE formula funding. There was a corresponding $700 increase in tuition and fees across the board for. But
it's significant that tuition fees have gone up faster than formula funding has declined.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say none of these are inflated adjusted, so they're not adjusted for inflation at all on all of these. So, what you can get for $4,000 and what you can get for $4,000 now, not necessarily the same thing. So that I'm sure, plays a part of it. Here's another way of looking at where the universities, where their revenue streams come from. In 2003, which is the first year that we have really good data for this, the state picked up 41% of their revenue. It was 41%, students 22%. In 2012, the state was 29%. Now, I want to say in here that this includes their increases in research, and they've done a great job of getting a lot more research. So that would probably account for part of the decrease proportions, shift the proportion around to more institution, a little bit more federal, but the bulk of it has been picked up by students. Here's a little bit of good news. Over the same time frame, the four-year graduation rates have gone from 18% to 29.9%. This is from 2000. Those are huge increases.
Huge.
Those huge increases. The six-year rate has gone from 49 to 58. So they are getting much more efficient. That's probably one of the reasons they're able to do what they're doing as far as, with the reduced formula funding, they're still able to do some really good work. Graduates have increased from 79,000 a year to 125,000 a year at our universities. So they're putting out a lot more graduates. They are focused on success and getting their students through the pipeline. And we're going to switch over to the community colleges, and again, they have formula appropriated dollars and non-appropriated dollars. So even though for the community colleges, the students are not picking up more than the formulas on a per student, it's certainly getting a lot closer, a whole lot closer. And their formula dollars have increased. They've gone from about $2,700 per FTSC down to right around $2,000. One of the things that's concerning about this, and I know it's something the commissioner has touched on many times, is that the students that are going to our community colleges are probably those students who are least likely to be able to pay increased costs. So even though they're not paying as much as the university students, this is a major concern and something that we think about. Graduation rates have increased. Not as much, but they have increased. They do have a lot of students that are not really going in. They have a diverse mission, a wider diversity of mission for the community colleges.
And they're open admission institutions.
And they're open admissions, yes. They do have a lot, only half of their first-time entering students come directly from high school as compared to the universities where, 95% of their incoming students are directly from high school. They bring in a lot of students back in to get them higher ed, to get them training. However, and this shows up, their graduates have increased from 37,000, these are graduates and certificates, to 83,000 per year. These are huge increases. Huge, huge increases. This just shows total appropriations combined on a per FTSC. It kind of goes up and down. The universities, because more of theirs is funded through appropriations, are the big driver here. And that's the end of my presentations. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Members, questions? David?
Susan, you mentioned inflation, that you hadn't adjusted any of those numbers for inflation. Inflation depends on how you measure it. Is there a standard measurement of higher education inflation, what it costs to deliver instruction, and what's included in that?
There are actually two different types of inflation. Generally, we use a CPI index to the urban CPI for inflation adjusted. There is a higher education index that is used. It's almost twice as much, maybe 2/3 as much usually for inflation.
So which one do we use?
We usually use CPI.
And I guess I would put it out to comment to the commissioner that I don't think the CPI is reliable. It's a political football. They've taken things out of it. Everyone knows the cost of gas has doubled in the last 5 years. Try to buy milk or a loaf of bread, that's significantly up. I think we ought to tie it to what it costs to deliver the education in these higher education institutions, and I would wonder if we would look at it from that perspective, something specific to higher ed rather than CPI.
Well, you get the opposite argument would be that that index for higher education is itself a function of the inherent inefficiency of higher education.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And that is what we hear from the legislature, which is why we have tended to use the CPI.
Yeah, CPI is definitely not perfect,
No.
but it's sort of the benchmark that everyone compares to, and so it at least allows us to illustrate how higher ed costs have increased at a faster pace than CPI, so there's some comparative benefit.
But I think the point you made, maybe using that would allow us to illuminate the inefficiencies within the system so that you would want to get those back in line with a more lean and efficient operation by using that higher education index of inflation.
Well, we will use whatever index the board wants to use.
We can show you both.
Yeah, we can
how they
have a
compare.
discussion, but
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. I don't quite follow your point. Will you?
I think the point is the accusation has been made that there's inefficiencies within the system leading to a higher inflation index. If that's the case, then we ought to drill down on that and understand what those inefficiencies are, illuminate those, and then put out some benchmarking and some models of best practices how to control those for the institutions.
Okay, you can get those, but I still, okay, but the Commissioner's point was pretty well taken, because as long as you're not tying down your funding based on the education index.
I understand, and that was not my point.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
If I might, Dr. Tischer, it really depends on what you're trying to demonstrate. And in this case, what we're trying to demonstrate is the available dollars. We're not trying to and available to serve our students in Texas. So to serve the end that you're talking about, the other measure could show that, but we're trying to show what dollars are currently available to Texas institutions. And in this case, if we were to do it, I think the CPI would be more appropriate, because it's the value of the dollar in the general marketplace and what will it buy regardless of how costs have gone up. And I think that's what you were addressing. I do want to make a broader statement, if I might, that what we are trying to demonstrate here is that over the past decade, we've had tremendous growth in higher education in Texas, that we've had expansion of institutions, that we've had expansions of colleges, and that at some point we need to really be concerned that we have adequate resources, whether it's fewer dollars per student or more, what's appropriate, but that really over this time we've seen some efficiencies, and I think we have to recognize it in institutions that despite the dramatic growth, despite the fact that the per student funding has stayed about the same and actually less if you consider the CPI, and typically is below per student funding in other states, that there have been some things in regard to serving students that our institutions have done very well. But at the same time, we need to realize going forward that the board has recommended, I think, about an $800 million increase in formula funding for all sectors to try to catch up to what's been happening, and we need to recognize that, and also to recognize you can't continue to add programs at schools unless you add adequate funding to make sure those things are done well. That's not to say that you quit in the pursuit of greater efficiencies, greater effectiveness, and that's why we have a council that's addressing those very issues. But I just wanted to make the case that we thought this was an important point to put on the table. We want to grow, but we want to do it well. We want to do it efficiently, but we want to also make sure we have adequate resources to make sure students get the quality that they deserve.
Yeah, that's well said. And then you alluded to our council again, and if you'll recall from the presentation in October, one of the building block metrics that will be tracked in our next plan is very likely going to include cost to degree and student cost to degree. And so the board and the public will be able to track, are we driving down cost to degree because we continue to increase productivity like these numbers demonstrate we have over the last few years. Number of graduates is going up, so I suspect that while there's a lot of room for improvement, that Texas has probably done a relatively good job in terms of production increase compared to other states, and that's the good news in these numbers. But it's come at students carrying 2/3 of the cost increase.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Susan, I just saw the correlation between increase in student cost and the increase in four-year graduation rates. Do you think there's a motivational factor there? Or?
There could be. There's another thing that was raised at the council meeting yesterday is that a lot of the institutions have implemented a flat rate tuition program so that if you take 15 or 18 hours, you pay the same amount. And across the board, institutions have seen their load that the students are carrying going up. I mean, students understand this. At least the parents do.
It may be in a little bit of a positive, unintended consequence that we didn't know we would get. But yeah, when you have more skin in the game, you really are going to maybe show up to class and actually finish the course. So,
right.
Anyway,
or at least monitor it online. Commissioner?
I just wanted to remind board members that Lee Holcomb, the director of our Higher Education Policy Institute, is in the final stages of finishing the study of higher education costs. And David and Gardner and I have had some conversations with Lee about his preliminary results. And one of the things that he has found is higher education in Texas is not as efficient as we would like it to be. But it is, if you look at the scale of inefficiency nationally, Texas is towards the bottom of the scale. That there are other states in which higher education, public higher education, is much more inefficient than that in Texas. California is a case in point. But Lee will finish the study soon, and we'll make a report to the board on his findings.
David?
So that I understand, when you said at the bottom of the scale, really we're at the top of the scale as far as efficiency.
Yeah, I mean bottom in terms of inefficiency.
And I understand, your idea about keeping the number at 630,000 so that we can be mediocre. As I was told of an institution at one time, our goal is mediocrity, and sometimes we achieve it. If we're going to continue to push forward as we start in the next 2 years to develop our 2030 goals, will it be a percentage goal that may be adjusted as the demographics change in the middle of that 15-year, or are we going to set a number? And that number is based upon projections, because I'm looking at three very different scenarios of where we're going, and demographic predictions is not an exact science unless you have a crystal ball. Apparently, they do.
I do have one of those.
Yeah.
All economists.
A little murky.
Yeah, that's murky.
But I think the proof of this was what we had to do, or the board had to do in 2005, which is to adjust it because the demographics were changing. So if we're pegged, and that's, I think my question was answered, if we're pegged to a percentage, then that becomes a fairly easy metric to then adjust as the demographics adjust. And I'm concerned, looking 15 years out, knowing exact what that number is, a numeric, may not be as precise. Is that sort of where staff's going with this? Is it a new percentage?
Well, actually, David, it's interesting you raise that, because that's pretty much exactly the discussion that the Council for Continuous Improvement had yesterday when they broke into the smaller groups and began to hone in on what goals would be recommended. That very question came up in terms of not just expressing an overall number, but expressing a percentage. It's also the reason that the what I refer to as the overarching goal is a percentage of the Texas adult working population, and that would include not only degree production native to Texas, but the in-migration, the education level of in-migration, bringing adults back into the education system that have been in the workforce without completing something. So, all strategies to get to having a population where 60% have post-secondary attainment. Interestingly, Indiana has just recently, their commissioners just recently proposed that same goal, but they want to reach it by 2025. So as we talk about Texas going from reaching same level with our peers to going beyond and being a global leader and being internationally competitive, we have to remember that other states and other nations are not remaining static either. So it will take ambitious goals, as the commissioner said.
We've talked about using different metrics, but ultimately, which metrics we use will be decided by the board.
Any other questions for
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Durga?
Dr. Gardner said that we cannot continue to add new programs and new schools. And I've seen over the years that people keep on adding new programs and new schools and so on. So we have to be aggressive to close down the non-producing or low-producing program or inefficient programs where there are not enough students. Are we doing enough to cut down the low-producing programs? That's the question I have.
I think we're moving as quickly as we can, taking into account a number of realities. We have to take into account demographic trends, and we have to take into account the consideration that sometimes institutions are trying to improve the economy of regions, and they make the argument that if we eliminate low-producing programs, then we eliminate some potential for helping improve the economic circumstances of a given part of the state. We take those kinds of arguments into account. There are political realities we have to deal with, which we're going to talk about later today. I think we're moving as quickly as we can. We try to, McGregor might chime in, but we try to be attentive to the unique circumstances of institutions and the arguments they make about why they should be given a waiver or more time to improve the enrollment in given programs. I think we're moving as quickly as we can, and I think compared to other states, we're pretty aggressive.
In fact, Durga, since we started that effort a couple of years ago, several hundred degree programs have been either closed or consolidated, many by the institutions themselves and others through our review process. So that we've made progress. The other thing that David said, Durga, is that we cannot continue to add new programs and new schools without sufficient resources. And so as those are proposed, it's always incumbent for us to look at the resources behind it and how much it depends on state versus philanthropic sources or funds that the schools have access to through whether it's the PUF or otherwise.
You've made a critical point, which is really at the very core of what we need to consider in terms of higher education in Texas. We are proliferating, expanding programs and facilities beyond the willingness or the capability of the state to fund those programs and facilities adequately. My own view is we need to focus for the time being primarily, not exclusively, but primarily on strengthening the programs that we already have in place. Because if we continue to overextend ourselves, given our level of resources, all we're doing is institutionalizing mediocrity.
I feel that we are not being aggressive enough. I think we should be more aggressive in closing down the low-producing programs because of lack of funding.
If we get to the recognition of excellence here in a minute, it's a good contrast. It shows an innovative use of resources on the facilities side of an institution. So we'll get to that shortly. But are there any final questions for our panel on the population projections? All right. Dr. Potter, Susan, David, thank you. All right. Now we will begin Agenda Item 5. The recognition of excellence is always meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. Today, we recognize Texas Women's University, Dr. Ann Stewart, TWU Chancellor and President, and Harold Johnson, TWU Associate Vice President for Facilities. Facilities Management and Construction will give a presentation on the university's innovative public-private partnerships to maximize resources and secure sources of funding to build strategic new health science facilities in Houston and Dallas. Dr. Stewart, welcome.
Is that on now?
It's on now.
I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's great fun to come and look at those two gorgeous buildings. Many of you also know that I've announced my retirement for next year, and if I may take a moment of privilege, I and TWU want to thank you for the partnership that the coordinating board has always done with the institutions, and particularly TWU and particularly the commissioner. We couldn't do in Texas what we do if we didn't have this partnership, and we're very grateful for the service that you give.
Thank you. We also noted that since you announced your retirement, we've had the pleasure of your company at each of our meetings, so perhaps this is a trend.
We hope so. You've invited us here today to speak on the success of our TWU Institute of Health Sciences in Houston Center and the TWU T. Boone Pickens Institute of Health Sciences, the Dallas Center, and our continuing success in developing partnerships in securing other sources of funding to extend our limited resources, and we're pleased to do this. The two of us, Harold Johnson and I, are a great partnership. I like to raise money, he likes to build buildings, and so it works for us. Let's talk about Houston first. It opened in 2006. It's located, as we have said, in the Texas Medical Center. And let's talk about what we had. We had three outdated, rundown, miserable buildings. But we had one priceless asset. And that is that TWU's old campus was on contiguous land to the Methodist Hospital. And their strategic plan called for an expansion of the hospital facility that was next to us. TWU needed a new campus. We had neither the funds nor the additional land on which to build. Methodist wanted to expand, but they were landlocked, and so enter Richard Winerty. As many of you know Dr. Winerty. He was president then and CEO of the Texas Medical Center. I had shared many times my dream at the need of a new facility. Knowing this, he arranged a meeting between me and the leadership of Methodist Hospital. We saw an opportunity for a win-win, and we seized it. Now, you have to understand that the Regents owned the land. That's important to the deal that was made. It's not always the case, but they did in that situation. Both Methodist and TWU needed to convince and gain approval from two very different boards. So the TWU Regents appointed a negotiator for us, one of our regents. Methodist did the same. They were tough-minded, but they struck a good deal for both institutions, and it was a win-win. We engaged the architect and construction companies. John Kirksey and Associates was our architect. J.T. Vaughn was our construction. The project was projected at $40 million. So how are you going to build a knockout building that does everything you need when you have no money? Well, Methodist Hospital, because of the approach, agreed to give us $31 million for the land. They agreed that that land and buildings, of course, were owned by the TWU Regents. In addition, they gave us a new building site. And the building site was absolutely wonderful. It's the south gateway into the medical center, so it was a prestigious and wonderful place. And furthermore, they would build on the land a parking garage and give dedicated spaces to TWU. That's a pretty good deal. So we were off and running. That left us $9 million to raise. We use very traditional approaches, and that is that you approach foundations and individuals where their interests match your interest. We went, for example, to the Nelda C. and the Lurcher Stark Foundation. They came up with $3 million for us, and they then had the nursing school named for them. The Houston Endowment gave us $2 million. The Cullen Trust gave us $500,000, et cetera, and it went on down to where we sold chairs for $100 a piece in the building. We'd sell you anything, and we'll name anything that you want to be named. So our success in fundraising was basically and is basically always on making the right match to the foundations or to the individuals. And you have to realize that you want to help them spend their money in ways that are pleasant and right for them. We raised all the funds, and at the grand opening celebration, as the commissioner will remember, we presented the building to the state at no cost to you. Those present at the opening ceremony were Mr. Robert Shepard, many of you know, who was then chair of the coordinating board, the State Representative Jeannie Morrison, who was chair of House Higher Education, State Representative Lois Coldhorse and Myra Crownover, who were both members of the House Appropriation Committee. So we had a great party. The approach was repeated when we came to Dallas. There, again, what did we have? We had 2 outdated facilities, but they were in split locations. We had OT and PT that was located in a facility which TWU had built on a 99 land lease from Presbyterian Hospital. And we had a nursing and a stroke center housed on land that was leased from Parkland Hospital. That was also a 99-year lease. So we looked at what we had learned. We knew that we had to get these facilities together, that the medical profession was telling us they wanted students educated in teams. We couldn't have teams across town, so we needed to get together. We seized an opportunity. I went and spoke with Dr. Kern Wildenthal, which many of you know, and told my story, which I always do. It's the same thing that I had done with Dr. Winerty about what we dreamed, what we wanted. Did he know how he could help us, how we might get there? He said he would think about it. We approached our board for their support, and they approved our going forward, believing that we could do it based upon our Houston success. They also knew that TWU would need to bond for a portion of this project. We took HKS as our architectural firm and the Austin commercial to build it. HKS had built the Cowboys Stadium, and they thought that was going to be their signature building, but they just didn't know until they came upon TWU. The projected cost of the building was $55 million. I had to have a credible donor. Many of you who have raised money know how important the lead gift is. You have to have someone who will say, I believe in this project, I believe TWU can raise the money, and I'm going to help them do it. And so we went to T. Boone Pickens. Didn't know Boone, had never met him, but we went to the foundation, told our story. We were a good match. We knew that he was giving money away, and we also knew that he was interested in health care. So he gave us the lead gift that gave us the reputation that we could do it. And, of course, the building is named for him. That was a $5 million gift. Then a really interesting thing happened, and this is the fun part about fundraising. I don't know whether you all raise funds in your life, but I think it's the best game in town. I got a call from Kern Wildenthal one day, and he said, Ann, there has been a donor visit us, Mrs. Doswell. She has a lady who was an entrepreneur in the oil industry, and she's giving away some of her assets. And she's interested in nursing, and we don't have nursing. And I think you should meet with her. And she and her group would like to meet with you tomorrow. And I said, oh, well, I have a lot of things that I need to. I was in Denton. I have a very busy schedule. I said, Anne, she wants to give you money. If you do this, I'll clear the calendar, and I'll be right there. So I went in. We showed her the building. Harold was not there, but we took a tour and we did our thing and we told how wonderful we are, and what we needed money for. And usually these things take time. By the end of the week, I had a $3 million check, and she was going to support us as we go forward. So we were on our way. The other interesting part about Mrs. Doswell is she and I are both ladies of a certain age that believe an afternoon toddy helps in a lot of ways. And my drink of preference had always been a good scotch, but Florence liked margaritas, and I do too now. We drank several, and as a result of that, she gave me another $2 million, which we then have endowed chairs for the nursing school that was named for her. We used a very traditional approach also by approaching foundations, and the Meadows Foundation gave us $1 million, and the Justin Foundation gave us $750,000, and the Hoblicell. So it went on, and we sold $100 chairs. We raised $14 million from donors, but we still had one opportunity. And that is, remember, we had a 99-year land lease from Presbyterian. 61 years were left on that lease. And we had built a building with labs and classrooms and meeting spaces, and we had a parking facility, not a building, but we had good parking there. So we weren't about to just walk away from it or to give it back. So the Regents again appointed a negotiator. Presbyterian appointed one. It was really tough. But they ended up paying us $4.2 million for the rest of the lease. And we were grateful for that. We remain good partners because it was a win-win for both of them, for both of us. They got a very fine building, and they're using it today. We also renegotiated the lease at Parkland because we wanted to be sure if we're going to build this building, it would go out for a number of years. So we bonded then for $35 million. The characteristic of both projects, really, is the commitment to seize opportunities, to ask the right donors, to always have a win-win situation so that it isn't just one-sided. And then to have someone like Harold Johnson who can turn dreams into reality, and let him talk about and show you these two gorgeous facilities. And we have others. You know, our campus is superlative. You ought to come see it.
How does this work?
What is that?
I guess this is the next slide. Okay, there we go. Good.
All right.
Okay. Texas Women's University. Again, I'm Harold Johnson, Associate Vice President for Facilities Management and Construction at Texas Women's University. I've been there about 11 years. When I got to the university, it was in a sort of decaying state. Dr. Stewart had been there about a year, and she was trying to get some things done. So we teamed up to do some things, and I like to show this slide because it shows the oldest building on our campus, which is the old main building. It was constructed in 1901, and one of our projects, which I will not talk about in here, but it did one of the same things that we've been trying to do, and that's improve the building envelopes of all our facilities. That's another way we have saved a lot of money. We had the collaborations that Dr. Stewart spoke of, and we had innovative ways of saving money and energy during these projects. We started with our energy performance contract in 2001, which saved, as you can see, quite a bit in the environmental savings, in the number of trees saved and cars taken off the road, and in funding. That's a cumulative total of over $23 million over the decade. This led us to a new excitement, and my staff and I started developing new procedures, new policy, new standards. Everything was new. Our contracts were new, and everything. And we built in all of these structures to have our contractors bid on an equitable basis. So we didn't get wishy-washy bids. We use an approach that we think is palatable to the university. So improving and weatherproofing the buildings helped us with energy. Stopping the foundations from stabilizing the foundations, improving ADA and other fire code, code requirements, doing deferred maintenance, all helped us toward this eventual goal. During the course of this, we implemented something I refer to as the Master Enterprise Integration System. This system was fully realized in Houston, and it was actually not designed in the original documents of the building. It was conceived in a field engineering process during a construction meeting, and our MEP contractor was iterating the cost of building the central plant for the Houston facility, and I did a timeout motion and said, well, what if we eliminate the central plant? And they looked at me as if I was crazy. And I said, what if I go to TECO? I serve on their board of directors. I said, what if I go to TECO? What if we talk to them about providing chilled water to our facility? What if we use electric reheat? Houston has a nice climate, not going to need a lot of boilers. That's the strategy. So we did just that. TECO liked the idea. Dr. Winerty, again, CEO of the Texas Medical Center, supported us in this endeavor. We ended up with an agreement with the Children's Mercy Hospital across the street from us, Fannin Street. Railroad train, the train runs down Fannin, of course. And we tunneled under Fannin Street, and it was a scene that looked like The Great Escape. To the other side of Fannin, and had this huge hole. We came up, we brought the chilled water lines in, and that's how we eliminated our central plant and saved $1 million in that project. So, with that said, we kept improving this process, and we kept improving the enterprise integration system. We started to focus more on embedded systems in equipment. The embedded systems sort of allows ThyssenKrupp, to use them as an example, to control things in their elevators, but it doesn't allow us to save the amount of energy that we want to save in any type of system, motors, generators, air handlers, so on and so forth. So we went out and found a consultant that worked with us to develop a program that would test all systems that were proposed by our contractors, all equipment, all systems, to make sure they were open protocol, which allows us to control those to the nth degree and to save more energy. Embedded systems are manufactured for that manufacturer to control whatever they control, but it does not allow the client to change the things, all the things you want to change. Therefore, in developing these systems, we developed a standard that was so close to LEED certification. I think the board was talking about it at our last presentation here. We were not trying to achieve LEED certification. We were trying to achieve energy savings and bridge that gap from the energy performance contract to sustainable savings throughout the future of the university. So in doing that, we developed these processes. We hired a consultant. He goes out. He actually takes the bid material, and he and whoever the manufacturer is, whoever the sub is, review these JACE devices, whatever control devices, to make sure that they are open protocol and we can control them. And with that said, we managed to develop a web-based system that allows us a common user interface. A little bit of background. I worked for 12 years with the Department of Energy, and we had these central plants, and everything was low bid. So we had Honeywell, Robertshaw, Andover, you name it, as a control system. Well, our plant operators had all of these control systems sitting on tables in their control room, and they had to learn all those front ends and how they operated. And my goal since that time has always been to get one computer screen that you can operate anybody's system on. It allows you to expand your bid, not be tied down to one vendor, and to be able to do the controls that you would like to do. So thus, the enterprise integration system was devised. And that allows you 3D graphics, common interface. I talked a little bit last month about our ability to use a tool called Utilizer, which actually is it's kind of a overlay, software overlay, if you will, but it allows our operators to go through and do real-time scenarios if they want to see if they can raise temperatures on a building, on a pump, at the air handler, or do anything. They're able to do that in real time. The system gives them feedback and tell them whether or not that's a plausible thing to do. If it's plausible, they just touch a button and it's implemented instantaneously. So it's constantly changing what we do, and our operators have that control. And they can do that from Mount Everest. It's a web-based system. It's wireless. It's on their PDAs. It's on their iPads. It's everywhere. And it's access controlled, security access controlled. This is just a generic slide of the Dallas Center and that concept that I'm speaking of for saving these energy funds. It would look something like this in each and every building we have. This system is also expandable to every building we bring on in the future. We implemented this in the Ann Stewart Science Center on our campus, and we
Beautiful building.
We implemented this in the Student Recreation Center, which, by the way, is silver LEED certified, and everything has turned out well. So our only other thing to accomplish, other than saving a lot of money and the great collaborations we had, not only in the fundraising realm of possibilities, but also in our unique agreements with the city of Houston for easements that required. We actually built the patio of the Houston building over a city of Houston land, which has a lot of utilities in it, and so we had to go to the city and get them to implement some things to help us through this. We pay $300 a year for the agreement, but it's well worth it. It gives us a very nice patio, which we would not have been able to do otherwise, and it gives us more of a campus ambience for a vertical building in a campus in Houston, Texas. This slide shows what Dr. Stewart was talking about. This is the donor wall on the right-hand side of the Dallas campus, the donor wall of the Houston campus on the left-hand side. The Dallas campus is a little more playful and colorful, but as I go through these slides, you will see that both campuses are very colorful, and I wonder who did that. Now, here are the lobbies of
Look at that.
Both,
Isn't that gorgeous?
of both Dallas and Houston. Dallas on the right, Houston on the left. Look at that dramatic two-story view there in Houston, and the xenon lights in the ceiling are twinkling like stars.
One of the things that I always work with Harold on, we believe that it's not just important to build beautiful buildings, but we also think that buildings reflect the quality of the programs. We know it has a lot to do with recruiting. We know how these high schools, I don't know about your communities, but they are building these splendid high school facilities. So when they come, the buildings state in an indirect way the quality of what they're going to receive as they study there. we need to move through
Right.
those slides.
Now, the glass, as you can see in the Houston building, all of those things are energy-saving features. Everything you see in these buildings, the xenon lights, we have granite floors, the walls on the wood, those are 350-seat classrooms on the backside of those walls, by the way. This is an example of nursing labs at both locations. Another example of OTPT at both locations, student study areas at both locations. These are computer labs, both locations. And these are the meeting rooms where we have our board meetings when we move them around on both locations. And as you can see, these are the features. We have a 10-story building in Houston, 200,000 square feet, urban campus building. It's in the Texas Medical Center, and it's funded through collaboration funding. Dallas is the same. Dr. Stewart elaborated on those. Both are eco-friendly and aesthetically pleasing. 8-story building, 190,000 square feet. All of the schools and colleges are located in there. And we have a 600-space parking garage, which is part of our LEED certification we're seeking for Dallas. In conclusion, we provide eco-friendly buildings. We provide creative ways of getting to those eco-friendly buildings, and we have provided expansion capabilities in both these facilities since they're landlocked. There are 2 floors unbuilt that are not built out in Houston, and there's expansion built into the garage in Dallas's superstructure that allows 2 more levels of parking in addition to 80,000 square feet of academic space with provisions for a skywalk across to the main building. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Members, questions or comments? Oh, sorry. Members, questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Harold, and then Deb will come to David. Go ahead.
Just in the event that I ever get in a negotiation, Dr. Stewart, will you remind me how stupid I am? Because there's no way you can outtrade this lady.
I recall that she said that she would sell you anything.
That's right.
There may be some fixtures in one of the...
That's right.
And apparently you should show up in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
But don't bring your wallet.
David, did you have a question?
Margarita.
Start
drinking margarita.
Yeah. Your Dallas building, can you tell me what we're looking at on that face? It looks like there's open windows. Architecturally, that just looks unusual. What is that?
The colorful area?
No, the openings
Yes.
on that, it looks like those are open windows.
Those are windows, and they were strategically placed. We don't have as many on the opposite side that you can't see because that's a west-facing side. This is an east-facing side. Everything designed in there. All the windows fall at different locations for lighting into the building to make sure that the students always have an open and airy environment. Most of the study areas, the lounge areas for students are in those glass areas in the various volumes throughout.
When you look at it from the outside, it looks like it doesn't have enough light. That it's rather all just walls, but it's wonderfully open.
So are the rest of those windows with shades?
We have Mako shades. We put Mako shades in both buildings that filters the light, but allows people to see out. And
So the asymmetry that I'm seeing there is simply that some of the shades are up and other shades are down.
In the windows, not in 2-story volume though. We have fritted glass in the other areas that the open common areas. And actually, the lights is just paint on the wall that illuminates in those colors at night. So we don't do colored bulbs and stuff like that.
Other questions or comments?
I was just going to say, I'm from Houston. I haven't been to the Dallas location, but I'm from Houston. I've driven by that facility before. It's a beautiful building.
Thank you.
Well, there's so many hallmarks of excellence in the way you pursued these projects, and what I circled on both of them is funded primarily through collaborations. And
Right.
I think both are excellent examples that you can put together public-private partnerships that still involve donor contribution.
Right.
and you can approach things with great creativity. And I admire the fact that what the governor has referred to as monetizing the assets that some of our institutions have. And naturally, not all institutions have the same set of assets, but there's opportunities. I think a lot of our institutions are like early 20th century ranchers who hadn't yet discovered oil. They're asset rich, but cash poor.
Right.
And this was a great example, building the $40 million project with no cost to the state and great creativity, and then focusing your environmental sustainability on measuring savings in dollars. Harold, I think that's obviously took a lot of persistence and creativity on your part and has really paid off for TWU. So we appreciate you bringing examples that I hope all of the institutions in our state will sit up and take notice, because it's not just for dorms and parking garages, and these work beautifully. Thank you.
Well, we love to do what we do, and that makes a big difference, too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next agenda item is item 6, matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired by Harold Hahn. Harold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item on the agenda is 6B, public testimony, and we did not have anyone registered to testify. Is that correct? Nobody? Okay. Items 6C1 and 2 were on the consent calendar. So we'll go to item 6C3 is consideration of the committee's recommendation to the board for approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects for the University of North Texas, the University Union renovation and expansion in Denton, Texas. Mr. Chairman, the committee did approve this unanimously. James McGuire, I believe, is that correct? Is he here? James, if you'd like to come up, he's Vice Chancellor for Facilities Planning and Construction with the University of North Texas System. Also, is Andrew Harris here?
Yes.
Vice President for Finance and Administration, and Dr. Elizabeth With, is that correct? Vice President for Student Affairs with the University of North Texas are in the audience, and they're coming up, and they're available for any questions that anyone else might have. Is there any other discussion? We've gone over this multiple times. I actually would, if there are no questions, I would ask for a motion for approval.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been motion made and second. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Is
You
there
got a little
any-
exercise without having to answer any questions.
Do you have any other comments? We're happy to hear them now that we've got the business out of the way.
We certainly appreciate the action that you've taken today. Thank you for your consideration to our project.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for responding so well to the concerns of the board.
Item 6D is an update on construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. This is an information item only. Susan, did you have any comment?
No, these were the items that were approved by the committee.
I believe those are in your handout. Does anyone have any specific concern or question? All right, we'll move to the next item then. That was for information only. Item 6E is a report on facilities decision of projects certified to meet the requirements of the expedited process for approval. Item 6E, Susan?
And this is just informational. I know the board, you can notice in your packet on the white page, there is a total 27 Year-to-date, 27 projects have been approved and implemented. So this just gives you a little bit of information about those expedited approval.
Any questions?
I just would call to the attention that, we asked staff to track the total projects and the value of the projects since the beginning of the expedited process, and so that I appreciate staff putting that in there. I guess somewhere I think I read the average, but 90 projects at just slightly under $4 billion is going to be a $43-44 million average per project.
Right. Now, in the note, you'll notice that there was one project that consolidated a bunch of different projects that had been approved separately prior to expedited that were all Hurricane Ike repair type projects. And we did that to allow the institution to have some flexibility dealing with FEMA.
Are those projects counted individually in the total of 90 or as a single project?
They're not. They're counted as one project. So, but it was one huge project.
Any other questions? It is for informational purposes only. Okay, then we'll move to agenda item 6F. It is a report on facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. It's item 6F. Any questions? If not, again, it was for informational purposes only. Item 6G is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to the enrollment forecast. Susan Brown provided a presentation of the enrollment forecast earlier this morning under the major policy discussion. Agenda item 4A. Are there any additional questions? Okay, again, that is for informational purposes only.
That one we need a vote on so that we can send that over to the legislature.
I apologize.
Move approval.
Second. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 6H is an update on the coordinating board's legislative and budgetary recommendations to the 83rd Legislature. Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner and Chief of Staff, and Dominic Chavez, Senior Director of External Relations, will provide an update on the Coordinating Board's LAR and higher education legislation filed today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all haven't been busy or anything, have you?
No. As we reported to you last week, the legislature filed House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1, which are the base appropriations bills. Yesterday, the Senate Finance Committee had its first meeting on Senate Bill 1, and Chairman Heldenfels and Commissioner Paredes provided an excellent overview of our highest budget priorities, the number one priority being the Texas Grant Program. And they also laid out some of our highest legislative recommendations, including making changes to the Texas Grant Program in order to serve more students, as well as outcomes-based funding, and reducing time to degree. Today I want to provide you with an overview of the base appropriations bills relative to the coordinating board's budget, and then Susan Brown is going to provide a brief overview on the formula funding for institutions of higher education in the bills. And then finally, Dominic Chavez will provide a status report on the board's legislative recommendations. First, just a quick overview of the documents that you have in front of you, and it's under the pink cover sheet. The first item is a description of all of our budget strategies, and this is really for your background information in case you had any questions about what a particular program does, a little bit of an explanation of also the impact of the funding levels, and provides you with the comparison of what we requested in our LAR versus what's in the bills. So that's just background information. The other one is a spreadsheet that you can see at a glance the funding levels that were in our bill appropriated to us back in the current biennium in 12-13 compared to our LAR request and what's in the introduced versions of the House bill and Senate bill. And then finally, you'll see a one-sheeter on our exceptional items request, and this is revised. Based on the funding levels in the appropriations bills as filed, LBB staff asked us if we had any changes to our exceptional items request in light of those. So I will be going over those changes with you. So both bills essentially appropriate level funding to the coordinating board compared to the current biennium. We're at $1.28 billion in all funds, and all funds includes general revenue dedicated, federal funds, and other funds. If you'll recall, when we developed and you passed the LAR back in July, we had made some specific strategic changes in the base in order to increase funding for some of our highest priorities, such as Texas grants and family practice residency. Unfortunately, none of these recommendations were adopted in the introduced versions of the bill. So you'll see some of the changes that we made in our exceptional items to reflect and try and recoup some of those recommendations that we had made. Some of the notable differences, you also have, I'm sorry, I overlooked the list of the key differences. You should have that in your packet. Do you have that? There we go.
It's within the documents attached to the pink sheet. It's a single page. Looks like this.
That just provides a list of the key differences that are in House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1 compared to the current biennium. I just want to highlight a few of them. We have a new strategy in our bill pattern relating to trustee funds for the transition of UT Brownsville and Texas Southmost College. This shows up as an increase in our budget of $22.8 million, but it's important to note that for the institutions, it's actually a decrease in their funding levels. But these funds will be reallocated to the institutions after the enrollment data is updated. Funding for the Alzheimer's Disease Center at $5.2 million has been removed from our bill pattern and transferred to the UT system. It's now being named the Darrell K. Royal Alzheimer's Initiative. The good news is that we were appropriated in our base one of our original exceptional item requests relating to the data center services, and that was appropriated at approximately $500,000. We were also appropriated in our base a significant increase in the physician education loan repayment program from $5.6 million in the current biennium to $33.8 million in the introduced bills. We had a significant decrease of $48 million in federal funds due to elimination of Perkins funding at the federal level and decreases in teacher quality grants. And we also anticipate the loss of our funds in the College Access Challenge Grant program due to the state not meeting the program's maintenance of effort requirements. We also anticipate decreases in our other funds, which typically include one-time private contributions. In the current biennium, we received a generous grant from Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation at $20 million, and we also received an $8.5 million grant for the T-STEM Challenge Scholarship Program. And very appreciative to TG for their contributions. And we also understand that TG has pledged an additional $15 million for the Texas grants for FY14. That is not reflected currently in the introduced versions of the bills. A couple of the highlights on the changes to our exceptional items request. One of the significant increases you'll see from what we had originally recommended for Texas grants, which was $106.5 million, is that we're now asking for $163.7 million. And how did we get there? Well, in our base, we had recommended that we move some money around so that we can increase funding in the base. So we had added actually about $21 million in the base. So we took that money, since the bills didn't incorporate that recommendation, we took it and added it onto our exceptional item request. We had also recommended that $36 million be taken from the Texas Grant Program and be reappropriated to the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program. That was predicated on our recommendations for Texas grants that it become a university-only program. And so we put that money into the exceptional item. If legislation is passed to implement our recommendations to that program, then we can take it from Texas grants if they appropriate our full exceptional item request. Another change is a family practice residency program. We had originally recommended increasing the base by $4 million and had an additional $10 million in our exceptional item request. And since the base bills didn't include our recommendation, we're asking for the full $14 million in our exceptional item. We also added about $75,000 to our exceptional items request to expand our compliance and monitoring functions as recommended by the Sunset Commission. And we deleted 2 exceptional items. As I mentioned earlier, we were appropriated the $500,000 for the data center services contract, and we also had the substantial increase in the physician education loan repayment program, so we didn't have a need for that. And that pretty much concludes the overview. Dr. Tischer, did you have a question?
On item B11, the Texas Grant Program, why is the interest bill have a differential of $90 million between the FY14 and FY15? Why is it 325 and 234?
What numbers are you looking at? I'm sorry.
B11.
On which
Texas
handout?
Grant Program.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The interest bill says 325 million in FY14 and 234 in 15.
That's a fiscal year appropriation, so the total should be $559 million.
Correct. But why is it different in each of the 2 years? Aren't we going to have continuous static functioning, or are we decreasing the participation in that program?
If Dan Weaver is here, he can help me out with that.
The technical answer is that when you copy paste from 1213, you pick up 1213 appropriations. So the 1213 appropriations were staggered that way, and it's really a clerical error from the last session. We have been spending funds level between the 2 years, and as long as there's more money in the first year than the second year, we can accommodate that spending profile. The actual 1213 expenditures are reported in the base bill, I guess the revenue estimates, and they reflect a flat $281 million, $290 million, but they didn't take what was actually going on, they took what was previously appropriated. So it's really a carryover of essentially a clerical error from 2 years ago.
So to be clear, you're saying that clerical error is actually in the bill pattern as the House and Senate
because they essentially just replicated the 1213 base budget, which had that exact same split of funds.
Which is probably something that would be corrected, but
it can
bottom
be.
line is it doesn't affect the way we actually spend the money.
It didn't affect in the current biennium, and again, as long as there's sufficient funds in the first year, then we can manage through that. We would much rather get the appropriation to match exactly with our spending profile, and it should be corrected during the process.
So the next steps are we're waiting for the House to make its committee assignments, and we anticipate those being done next week at the latest. And then the House Subcommittee on Article 3 will then hold its budget hearing, where we'll essentially do what we did yesterday at Senate Finance with the House. The Senate has laid out a very aggressive timeline in terms of getting its work done on Senate Bill 1. Chairman Williams announced yesterday that he wanted to have a committee substitute out of his committee no later than March 13th, with the Senate discussion, debate by March 18th. So we'll come back to you, we'll come back to the committee in March with an update, and we'll provide you with an update in April, which we should have more information closer to what the final appropriations is going to be at that time. I'm going to turn it over to Susan.
Okay, and there's a handout that you received. Okay, we are the numbers people, so you get lots of spreadsheets. At the top in yellow are is the differences for the health-related institutions, and the Senate version is actually an increase of 11.5%, and the House is 7.5%. Where the difference came into is they changed the rate. The Senate actually approved a higher rate for their INO for the health-related institutions than either the board recommendation or HB1, which the board recommendation was to remain flat on the rates but fund growth. So they actually increased that rate for the health-related institutions. In that area, they reduced infrastructure slightly, the infrastructure rate slightly, but still overall it was an increase, and they did fund the growth. So that was good news there. For the general academic institutions, we had the board had recommended a 10.4% increase. And again, the House version is a 3.5% increase, which basically funds growth at the same rates that they had all the way across. And the Senate version is a 4.5 increase, which is a little bit of an increase on their INO amount. So the next in the green on the second page.
The small institution supplement.
That went down, and that's because we had some institutions. The way the small institution supplement works is that as an institution gets larger, they get less small institution supplement funding. Kind of tapers off at 10,000 mark. So that basically reflects that some of our institutions are getting larger.
Okay, so this would apply like in a startup,
right?
Or just a smaller.
Any institution that is below 5,000 in head count gets small institution supplement. It used to be if an institution hit 5,001, they basically fell off the cliff. They went from getting 1.5 million to zero. So that changed 2 biennia ago. So from 5,000 to 10,000 head count, it tapers off instead of just falling off a cliff. And so that shows growth in our institutions. Okay. One thing you may notice, and this pertains to the general academics, community colleges, and technical institute, none of the HB1 or SB1 have any outcomes-based funding in them. They basically took the rates and applied the rates to growth or decline in some cases, and that was it. They took pretty much the static rates. So,
if I can just note, they did deliberate it, is my understanding, and what they decided was that they wanted to have a discussion with the legislature on it before automatically including it into the introduced version. So I wouldn't say that outcomes-based funding is off the table. It's very much on there and being discussed, and will be discussed throughout the process.
Right, and as we talk about that, I actually talked with with Mike Reeser from TSTC, the chancellor for the TSTC system, yesterday, and we are still working with them to get the return value funded. And he has not heard any, I mean, he's down there a lot more, but he has not heard anybody speaking against that, so we still think that that one is very much on the table also. This shows we had recommended a large increase, 89% increase for, this is just TSTCs and Lamar State Colleges. We separate those two systems out because they are funded differently. They have the infrastructure funding, not just the INO as the other community colleges. So this shows the comparison for the House and then the Senate version. They did actually reduce the rate, and that's why you have these rates at the bottom. What they did this time is they took those rates and applied those rates to the number of contact hours. Usually they say, okay, you're going to get X amount, and everybody backs into the rate. This time the LBB took the rates that they had and moved it forward to the contact hours or semester credit hours. So they did have a little bit of an increase in their infrastructure funding and their INO funding. Now if we'll get to the community colleges, the community colleges did have a decrease in their number of contact hours, and that is shown here. They had a 5.1% decrease. Now on the House side rather, you'll see that they had a 6% decrease. Part of that represents what Linda had talked about earlier, where they actually appropriated to, or have in the bill to appropriate to the coordinating board money for Texas Southmost College because of the split between UT Brownsville and Texas Southmost. They zeroed out Texas Southmost in the bill and have all of their funds being appropriated to the coordinating board for us to reallocate between the two systems. So 11 million, from what we have been told, about 11 million of this, or 15 million of this is actually Texas Southmost. So that would be added to it, basically keep the same rates. So it gets a little confusing at that point when part of it's appropriated in other places.
15 million of the 104?
Well, no, there's additional 15 million that would be added at the House side and the Senate side that is coming to the coordinating board to be reallocated once the final numbers for those two institutions come into place. So the rate actually went down 2 cents per contact hours, so across the board. Another thing for the community colleges that you need to be aware of is during last session, the 12-13, there was some discussion about their retirement account, and $88 million was in, there was a disagreement between the community colleges and who should be paying that amount of their teacher retirement funding. 88 million was kind of left up in limbo. That hasn't been paid. There is now a rider that says that 88 million will come out of the community college funding from 14-15. So on top of this reduction, you have another 88 million that gets split proportionately for each of the community colleges for TRS funding from 12-13. So we are hoping that there will be other bills filed that will help the community college regain some of that funding. But this is where we're at this point.
So, Mr. Chairman, so out of the 1.7 billion, I mean that was in 12-13. Mm-hmm. We recommended it go to 1.9 billion.
Right. The actual funded at this point is 1.63,
and then there's going to be 88 million out of that.
Yes.
We should, state that this is a starting point, so there's still a lot of room for
discussion. A lot of discussion yet to come, and I will be surprised if a lot of that discussion did not revolve around that 88 million.
The 88 is strictly relates to retirement benefits, but not health benefits.
It is retirement benefits.
It is just retirement.
I believe it's just retirement benefits, because they weren't, I think they funded the health benefits, but they didn't fund the retirement benefits last time.
And the small institution supplement that which is not a big number in the overall scheme of things, but we had recommended that zeroing that small amount out, and their bill pattern adds it back in.
And that's because that was all part of the outcomes-based funding.
Okay.
That was following
part
tax
of the funds we
record.
were shifting to.
Right,
yeah.
part of the funds we were shifting to. So I think that's probably all still on the table. It's all still on the table.
So as far as the community colleges, then it's not even coming close to financing the growth or
No.
anything else. I mean,
Well, and that's part of the issue, is that the community colleges actually had a decline in their number of contact hours from the last base year to this base year. They had a drop in contact hours.
But of course, in the previous 3 years,
They had huge
significant
increases,
growth.
which
Right.
were never funded.
that wasn't funded. So there's still a lot of catch-up growth
Right.
if the funding becomes available. The big picture is that they did start, at least the Senate, with overall relatively level funding with 1213 as opposed to the decreases that we were actually asked to submit with our LAR. So from that aspect, it's a much better starting point than in the last session. But it's obviously not distributed equally, and there's some, relative to the numbers, bigger issues for community colleges here.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's some significant deviations in this starting point from what our recommendation was. Have we given, or should we give instruction to staff on where they're to concentrate on trying to close those gaps? Are there certain higher priorities within this, or are we going to?
Well, that's been done through, as far as the agency goes, like Texas Grants, for example, through our exceptional items,
Right.
and that is prioritized. In terms of formula funding, we will undoubtedly be asked to weigh in and testify, but the institutions will also be very involved in this issue as well.
Yes. And I will say, we have already been asked by a few legislative offices to look at what this funding does if you take this level of funding and have outcomes-based funding. And so that is something we're working on, and we will be sending them shortly.
So I understand that there's going to be a discussion among policymakers about formula funding. Whether it happens or not is up to them, but our recommendation was to make it at 10% of the formula.
Correct.
Is that money in here, and they just have to back out the 10% if they accept that recommendation, and that becomes that?
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at the funding would be 90% of what they've published here, and the 10% would be backed out as a separate item,
Correct. And
whatever number they pick.
And Representative Branch has introduced a bill that actually moves from 10% to 25%.
Which happens to be House Bill 25.
Amazing.
And that wouldn't take effect until the next biennium, not the upcoming one, but the next one after that. Is there a phase-in on that?
I don't believe there's a phase-in. So I think, and I would hate to say, I'm not going to speak for him, I don't know. The hope is that we will get the 10% this time, because that's what was in HB 9 last time. So, and then I'm sure he is hoping for the 25% to go into effect for the next biennium.
I will imagine there'll be a robust discussion about, do we step into that, phase it up, do we wait till next biennium, et cetera, as they also hopefully will discuss whether there is sufficient funding available to fund part or all of the growth that is still trying to catch up.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, what was the rationale for board's recommendation to do away with the small institution supplement for the community colleges?
That was that was what I asked Linda. She said, or Susan rather, that it was rolled into the number that
For
we
the-
allotted in outcomes-based funding.
In the outcomes-based funding. And this follows the Community Colleges Association recommendation that the small institution supplement go away and be a part of the outcomes-based, because they changed the whole funding model so that instead of a small institution supplement, each institution received $1 million as a base, and then the formula was on top of that. So I'm sure that's where that shift
$1
off.
million is-
right. It's kind of their small
Our
institution
recommendation
supplement.
aligned with tax recommendation.
recommendation. So it was a complete change to their funding model.
So we're anticipating, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to respond to David's comment about formula funding for community colleges. We will emphasize that it's urgent that we preserve this low-cost option. I'm sure the governor's office will be involved in this conversation because the maintaining relatively low fees and costs at community college is absolutely central to our $10,000 baccalaureate plan. So we will make a strong case to support community colleges at a level that will help them hold down fees and tuition.
Well, it's critical to a lot of things, including hitting our overall participation and success goals by 2015.
And that's my concern. If we're just flat and level, where's the money for the additional students and the additional graduates?
Exactly
We're planning, and hopefully the institutions are planning, on increasing enrollments, not being static.
Mr. Chairman, you're chairing this part of the meeting.
Okay, fine.
He's talking to himself.
Okay, in that case, Mr. Chairman, yes. On the so we're the assumption is that in the base bill it was $1,629,000, and we're anticipating 10% for formula or for outcomes-based funding. And is there an anticipation also that in the base funding, the $50 million, wasn't that $1 million apiece for 50 community colleges? And that kind of offset the small institution item also. So it, like I say, this is not static. It's moving, and for both the universities and the community colleges, we're anticipating there to be some number in there. I mean, if
We are hopeful.
if this number stayed the same in House Bill, what was it, 27 or
25?
25? I mean, if that were the case, then 25% of the existing number, if we didn't get it added, would be outcomes-based funding.
That would be
On the
for
lower number.
That would actually be on the 16-17, because by the
Okay.
time the bill takes effect, it would be September, so it would be for 16-17, the 25%.
Okay.
But it would be roughly, unless they did, they could always write into there that it came effect in 14-15, but
Our recommendation for 10% for the coming biennium would be pursued by rider to each of the community college and university funding.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Dominic's going to give you an update on the board's legislative recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good morning. You should have at your place, I hope, this board resource book, this binded book here. This is some material that we promised you last fall. I apologize, a little later than we anticipated. We're hoping to have this to you by the start of session, but since we recognized the budget was going to be coming out, we wanted to make sure these materials captured some of the budget information that you just talked about. So that is included here. What I'm going to do is very briefly, and I'll draw your attention to the Legislative Overview tab if you want to go ahead and open that book and flip to the second page where you start with this particular chart, which has all the recommendations that the board approved by tier last October. I'm just going to briefly go through the top tier and of course, answer any questions if there's any questions about other recommendations. Obviously, outcomes-based funding we've discussed in depth already, so I'll skip down to the reducing time to degree category of recommendations, and there were really two in there. One was to reduce the associate's degree statewide to no more than that required by an accrediting or licensure agency, which is typically 60 hours, and then the recommendation relating to capping state funding to institutions for students who take more than 135 credits, and thereby also allowing for tuition to be raised on those students who exceed 135 credit hours. In terms of those two recommendations, the cap for associates is actually already part of House Bill 30, which has been filed by Chairman Branch. So that legislation is in the hopper, if you will, as part of a broader bill related to transfer that he filed. In terms of the second recommendation under that category, it is still in the legislative drafting process. We're working with members and with the Legislative Council who helps draft this to make sure that the board's intent is precisely captured in the legislative language, particularly related to the fact that we are not asking this to take effect immediately, but for essentially grandfather students already in the pipeline, because you don't want students who are already moving through the process find out they've got a new goalpost to achieve, goal line to achieve, if you will. And secondly, to make very clear that the 135 excessive credit threshold should not capture dual majors, should not capture degrees that require more credits, that there's some allowance for those, because again, the board's intent was not to punish people from taking other degrees and dual degrees, but to stop unnecessary credits. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I might make a suggestion that the language that's written here is somewhat confusing. It doesn't reflect, I believe, accurately the statements you made, which are accurate statements. And really what I think we need to do is explain to them that there's already a 30-hour excess cap. We're asking for it to be changed to a 15-hour, and it's beyond what is required for the degree. So, you know, architectural programs, some of the engineering programs, some of the fine art programs have more than 120. And I think as you begin to explain that to some of the educators, they get a lot more comfortable because they think we're saying it's 135, and they're saying, wait a minute, I've already got 128 to get this major completed. So I think if you present it that all we're doing is shifting it from 30 excess to 15 excess, and it's beyond what's required for the degree, it might be a little bit easier to understand.
That's a great point, and in fact, if you look under the time to degree tab that's in your book, there is a presentation in there, and this is the materials that we distribute to members and we use as kind of our talking points about this recommendation. If you turn to it's a slide, the first slide deck under that tab. If you turn to the third page, you'll see that top slide tries to make that clear, and I hope. Yeah, forgive me. We'll try to clarify this list. This is more of an internal tracking document, but you're right, we can clarify that. But hopefully this slide captures what you're saying.
That slide was in the set that you helped develop for me in
Correct.
my presentation a couple weeks ago to the fine arts deans, and this was very helpful to them to understand in this format, so I think you've got it.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, that's a good point. We'll adjust this language here so that it's also clear on everything that we're using. So in terms of, again, that legislation is kind of in the drafting process, and we'll update you as that moves forward. Shifting down to the restructuring financial aid, the first one there is obviously the Texas grant recommendations. I think Linda spoke in terms of the budget and how we're looking at the numbers and the different scenarios, and the Senate Finance was taking a very close look at some of that yesterday. Legislative language is being drafted. We're working again with members to make sure that the legislation is capturing the intent of this of the board. A couple things to point out. There is, some of the recommendations embedded in there, such as giving institutions more flexibility in terms of how they package, requiring full-time enrollment, and some of the other changes, expanding to transfer students. That's kind of one part of the recommendation. The other is targeting a more modest loan amount, I'm sure I should say Texas grant amount, so that we can stretch the dollars further. There seems to be a lot of comfort with the recommendations about expanding to transfer students. I think a lot of members recognize that's a good thing to do. There's at least some nods of the head that full-time enrollment is something that aligns with what the feds are doing and makes sense. The delicate dance that's going on right now about the award amount is it's somewhat chicken or the egg. What's the budget going to look like versus what's the appropriate award amount? And so we're working with members. I think there's a sense that perhaps they will have, allow for some flexibility in terms of the award amount, not have a hard cap of this is the award, but this is the target, but you have maybe up to 150% that you can award on a student-by-student basis, again, trying to target smaller awards so that we can stretch the dollars further. So delicate dance there, because this legislation, at least that component, which is the component that allows us to stretch the dollars further, is obviously embedded partly in the budget discussion. So that's part of the delicate dance we're doing here in terms of that legislation, but it is a work in process. The TEOG recommendation, again, that legislation has been drafted. We're simply clarifying, making sure it's accurate before it be filed. The last piece that I want to draw your attention to is under the time to degree tab in your book. It will be the very last page. There's a one-page summary, if you will, on the Beyond Time program. You will recall that this board recommended in October to restructure the Beyond Time program because we identified, as well as Sunset Commission identified, a number of shortcomings that did not create the level of productivity and efficiency in the program that I think we all wanted to see. And so the board recommended that we move to a rebate program, expand it to more students, and operate it that way, which is what we recommended to the legislature. What has since happened, as you probably know, the Lieutenant Governor and Senator Zaffirini, for lack of a better term, are parents of the Beyond Time legislation. That was something that they championed many years ago. After the leadership meeting with both those members, it became clear that there was perhaps not at this time an appetite to make a wholesale change in the program per the board's recommendation. They recognize
you can eliminate the perhaps.
Okay, well, I always like to have I'll let the commissioner make more definitive statements. I kind of like to keep it. But there is recognition that the program needs some help. And so in this document you have here is we've gone back to the drawing board as a staff and have put together some changes, some smaller changes to statute, some changes to policy to provide perhaps more flexibility and improve some of the efficiencies that are missing in the existing program. So briefly, you'll see these broken down by statutory changes. For example, one thing is to give flexibility to the institutions to not be locked into providing a set award amount, but which is currently tuition and fees, but give them flexibility to provide an award up to tuition and fees. So there may be a situation where a student, doesn't need a $7,000 award. They can, $3,000 would really be helpful to them. The second is, I think, was a key component of the rebate proposal that you offered was that, as you recall, because there's tuition set-asides, the program is currently operated is there's donor institutions who give far more into the program because of their tuition structure than they ever get back in what's allocated to them for students. So we're still recommending that institutions should be allocated what they put into the program. And so that's one other statutory change that we're making. And then the third there is one that I think has been universally accepted. I think it was in the Sunset Commission report that community colleges, it's probably not a best practice to provide this program for community college students. Instead, they should be served through TEOG. There's some policy changes here, again, mostly related to providing additional flexibility to institutions and how they award. And then the last piece is one area, as you recall, that we've run into with federal law is that this program, some institutions feel they are not authorized or don't have the flexibility to promote it to students because of federal lending requirements that were passed a few years ago that captured some of these alternative programs that the institutions can't talk about. Students have to literally ask for them before they can offer. So what we're thinking about is there a way that the state, the agency, can engage in a comprehensive marketing strategy to help students be aware of that. And so we're looking at ways that perhaps using some of the operational funds that were allocated under this program of using that to promote the program for the institution so that we kind of take that out of the equation. And the last piece that's not in here that we continue to work on is obviously we're working with the Washington delegation to change federal statute to, again, unlock some of the barriers that are holding this program back. That effort is ongoing. We're working with some other states as well, and that'll continue. So that, again, I wanted to brief that in specifically because it became very clear that if the Lieutenant Governor and Senator Zaffirini were not in favor of wholesale change, that the prospects of getting the rebate program, at least this session, probably wasn't very likely. And so we wanted to come back to them with some changes that may, we believe, help enhance the program and meet all the goals that this board and they agree on. So any questions on those Tier 1 proposals?
Did you have any discussions on that issue with the new chair of Senate Higher Ed?
Yes.
And did he reflect the same opinion as a
yes.
chair and the lieutenant governor?
Yeah, I don't want to put specific words because I don't know if we specifically had a conversation as specific as it was with the lieutenant governor and Senator Zaffirini, but I think there was our sense is that a lot of members in the Senate, particularly, look to those two, the lieutenant governor and the senator, for guidance on this program. So I think it was one of those things that no member of the Senate is going to go head-to-head, I guess you would say, with those two members if they weren't willing to look at any additional changes.
Dom, was the be on time, wasn't that in the sunset recommendation that we come up with something to better utilize that? Do you think that this actually does that?
I think it does, and I'll let Linda chime in since she's more familiar with that, but I believe it does.
Well, if you recall, the Sunset Commission had some specific recommendations, one being extending the eligibility to 4.5 years instead of 4 years, and there were some other recommendations that are going to be in our... Yeah. They will be in our sunset bill, is my understanding. So we think that the recommendations, and we have shared these with Sunset staff, we think that this will help in terms of improving the structure and the operations of the program. But I think that they're going to go forward with the recommendations that the Sunset Commission adopted last year. So we'll work with, now that bill is going to be going through Senate Higher Education as opposed to the government committee. And so we'll work very closely with Senator Seliger and whoever the senator ends up filing the legislation. We're not sure who that will be yet. But we'll definitely work very closely with them.
But our response to the sunset was what we initially recommended?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if the legislature decides to do something different?
Yeah, they could go with our original recommendation, but I doubt that they will.
I'd like to point out we had competing points of view that we had to try to reconcile because the Sunset Commission recommendation was not what Senator Zaffirini and Lieutenant Governor Dewhurst have supported. So we've tried to come up with a model that addresses the concerns of as I said, groups and individuals with competing points of view. For example, Senator Patrick has raised the question any number of times that tuition set-asides that go into a pool and that they're distributed in a way that doesn't reflect the contributions of students at particular campuses is a recurring issue, and I think we've addressed that adequately. So it's not just the Sunset Commission; it's other interests as well that have concerns about the status of the Beyond Time program.
Yeah, the good news here is that the Sunset Commission did identify a program that has not been efficiently distributed, and we agreed with them on that. We at the time and still do not agree with their proposed solution, and leadership at this point didn't agree either with Sunset's idea or our initial idea. But the good news is they do agree that we need to get creative in doing and coming up with a solution that will get this Beyond Time money into the hands of students. And we had some pretty, we talked about some pretty creative ideas with the Lieutenant Governor and his office, and is the flexibility that we're drafting now. For instance, one of the things we talked about was the ability to, depending again on how much Texas grant money is allocated in the next budget, the ability for a student to stack a Beyond Time in later years on top of a Texas grant in early years, whether that's 2 and 2 or 3 and 1 or what have you. Are we retaining that type of flexibility?
Yes, my understanding is that that doesn't require, and Dan Weaver can correct me if I'm wrong, that doesn't require statutory change. So that's actually illustrated under the policy changes in that one-page document that the stack, I didn't touch on it specifically, but yes, to allow that stacking. The other piece is we currently, the way we operate is we encourage institutions, and they typically follow our encouragement, at least on this case, to provide monies to all renewal first and then to new students. We've talked about taking that guidance off, let them figure out what the best way to distribute money. And so they look at a renewal student, they can decide, be on time doesn't necessarily work for the student anymore, let's move it to a new student. So both those are kind of policy changes that we can affect via our guidance.
We've heard institutional leadership before suggest that Texas Grant and other programs be allocated as block grants, so to speak. This sounds like this would be a step in that direction.
I think that's fair, taking off some of those restrictions and making sure the monies get back to the institutions who put the money in the pot. You're probably making a step in that direction.
Any other comments?
The final piece I'll just say is that most of these materials, other than the budget information, it's obviously going to be a work in progress, and I know Linda will be providing updates on that information. Most of this information should be pretty static. It's background on our policy recommendations, our rationale, data, et cetera. One thing I will note is that for those of you who are required to go through the nominations process, we will be giving you an additional supplement material related mostly to agency information and operations, just so that you're prepared to answer any of those questions should they come up when you go through nominations, and we'll be providing that at a later date. So more to come. The nominations committee, the Senate was just announced, I think it was last week, so we just now have the members. We have not had any conversations. Typically, it's later in session. I think maybe March, April timeframe. That if history's been any indicator.
And typically, we work very closely with the committee staff to try and get the best date that all of you are available. So you'll hear from us, and we'll try and get some dates that all of you can make it.
Not yet. I don't know if schedules have come out. Yep.
And the committee will be chaired by Senator Hagar, if I recall correctly. So I
think that's right.
Hopefully it's not a Wednesday. Isn't that your rotation days?
No, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay.
We'll make it work.
Yeah. That's all I had.
I'd like to thank you both. And the entire external relations. I think you guys do an outstanding job.
Well, thank you. And I want to mention that we don't do this all of ourselves.
Right.
The executive officers and their staff have really contributed significantly to all of these materials, all of the policy recommendations, the budget analysis, and also, so I really want to give credit to all of the staff from across the agency that contribute to this and really drop everything that they're doing to respond to all of our requests. And whenever we get requests from the legislature or the governor's office, they really always come through with accurate and high quality information. So I want to thank them.
Well, and you also have Lizette. If anything turns sour, you can always blame her.
Well, that's not fair. I'd blame John Wyatt, who's the other guy on the team.
John. Well, okay. I'm sorry.
I just want to make one last comment so that the board didn't overlook it. You alluded to it briefly, but as we champion greater funding for Texas grants, part of that, it's equally important. We called it 4B or whatever it is on our list, but it's also making the TEOG whole so that we have a program focused just on universities and a program that is kept whole that focuses just on community colleges. So I don't want us to lose sight of the importance of that.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dom, I think you're still on. Agenda item 6I is a demonstration of Compare College Texas. Dominic Chavis, Senior Director of External Relations, and Nina Wright, Executive Director of the College for All Texans Foundation, will make a brief demonstration of Compare College Texas.
Good morning again. We are pleased here, Nina and I, and on behalf of the agency, to be here this morning to announce what we think is really the next phase of evolution for transparency and accountability in higher education. I'm going to provide some brief background about the project and its purpose. Nina Wright will explain the funding and partnerships that we leverage for this project, and then I'll conduct a short walkthrough of the functionality just so you can see it and close with where we are with next steps. So today we're going to give you a sneak peek of what we're calling Compare College Texas, and it's coming up on the screen. I hope it's on the screens in front of you here, which is an online mobile device-friendly interactive tool designed to put the most relevant data about public universities and community colleges in the hands of prospective students, parents, and high school advisors. As you know, Texas is nationally recognized as having one of the most robust accountability data systems in the country. We launched in 2004 under the directive of Governor Perry, and working with all public institutions across Texas, developed a database of key higher education data related to the goals of closing the gaps, institutional productivity and efficiency, and other relevant measures. The accountability system truly has become a treasure trove of data and information for the board and policy analysts across higher education. In fact, the recent report issued by the Houston Endowment, I should say, the report that got a lot of attention on related to the 8th grade cohort was actually made possible by data that we collect and analyze and provided for them. But we recognize that generally the data was not always getting into the hands of higher education officials, policymakers, and business leaders throughout Texas, those we rely most on making data-driven decisions about higher education and its impact on the future workforce. So in response to this apparent blind spot in transparency, we launched in 2011 the Texas Public Higher Education Almanac. The Almanac, modeled after the Chronicle of Higher Education National Almanac, distilled our vast accountability data into an easily digestible collection of the higher education data most relevant to the higher education community in the Texas legislature, and we are now on track to launch the 3rd edition of that almanac in April of this year. So where we are today is we are now stand ready to launch what we're calling again Compare College Texas, which is in front of you. The rationale for this project was twofold. One, upon releasing the almanac, there was a significant demand for accessing online the information contained within it. And two, we recognize that one critical audience still lacks ready access to relevant higher education data: prospective students, parents, and high school advisors, who are truly our primary stakeholder in higher education. So this new tool, we believe, helps us address both these issues. Now, as many of you know, we already have a suite of online-based tools available to that audience. And these fall under what we think is a unified umbrella of inspiration, information, and application. For example, Generation Texas that we launched a few years ago that you see all the pictures on, the Gentex website offers a vast array of information to help inspire young people to go to college, particularly first generation, particularly populations that higher education has never much been in reach or never been an issue. CollegeForAllTexans.com, which is one of our more popular websites, been around for a number of years now, where students and parents can get information about what types of financial aid are available, what types of tests do I need to take when I'm applying for college, and other information. And then the Apply Texas suite, which is an online system where students can go kind of one-stop shop and submit one online application to many institutions once they've made a decision to go to college. And so now we are adding what we think is the final piece of that umbrella, which is exploration, which is Compare College Texas. So before I get into the demonstration here, I'm going to turn it over to Nina Wright, who will talk a little bit about our partners who helped us do this and their generosity.
As you know, the College for All Texans Foundation is the nonprofit supporting organization for the coordinating board, and we're really very happy that we were able to be instrumental in this public-private partnership by bringing funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to support the development of Compare College Texas. And really, because Compare College Texas is an extension, as Dom mentioned, of the printed almanac, we'd also want to give credit to Houston Endowment, the Lumina Foundation for Education, Meadows Foundation, Greater Texas Foundation, and Educate Texas. So this has been broadly supported by the philanthropic community. Also, we're pleased that in this effort, we're partnering with a national nonprofit organization called collegemeasures.org. And that is an organization that's supported heavily by the Lumina Foundation for Education. Because of their national status, we believe that this partnership and this project is going to help keep Texas higher education accountability system on the national radar. So we're very pleased about it.
So with that, I'm just going to briefly, and I think you have this in front of you, and I'm briefly going to just show you the functionality of this, and you'll see very quickly here that we have both a desktop version, which is much more robust and interactive, but we also have a mobile-friendly version, and I'll show you each of those. So what you're looking here on this screen, if you see here, is the main website. You'll notice first and foremost that there's a series of infographics that we call them, scrolling, that kind of offer kind of a big picture what's happening of higher education in Texas, and the variation between institutions on things like tuition and fees and graduation rates. Again, just some top scale information. The functionality of this, as you can see if you're familiar with our almanac, we tried to blend the vision and look of this tool to match that, and so the color schemes and everything match what our almanac is doing. When you come to this site, you basically have three ways or three options for how to look at institutions. You can select a category, either 2 or 4 year, or enter in a specific institution that you're interested in. So I'll show you here just briefly walking through the 2-year functionality. Because we want to give, you don't want to just overwhelm and say, here's 50 community colleges, pick which one you want to look at. We've offered some what we call slider tools to help narrow the field. And we tried to pick a few of the key metrics that we think was most relevant, such as tuition and fees, percent who graduate in 3 years, and percent who transfer to a university for community colleges. So as you notice, you'll notice the 9 colleges found down there. As you move these scales up and down, the numbers change. Again, these are the number of institutions that meet this particular range. So I'll just scroll down here. If you click on the Go Find Colleges, it's going to give you a list of all the institutions that met that requirement in a simple list format. And again, the great thing here is this gives you kind of the top level data or information about each school, both on those 3 measures that you filtered by. You've got ready access to the college website. You also have access to the full college profile, which I'll show in a minute. You also have the ability to view this. If you're interested in where these colleges are in Texas, you have the ability to do a map view, which allows you, again, it works just like any Google map. You can move in and look at the areas, and if you click on each one of those, again, provides you the basic information about which college is which, etc. The great purpose of this is that because of the name Compare College Texas, it gives you the ability to compare each and every institution that you're interested in. So I just selected the first 2 here, and you will notice that it then generates on some of the key metrics, not all of them, some of the comparative data, the top line comparative data, where you can compare not only against the Texas average for each one of these metrics, but also the institutions against each other and against the Texas average. You have the ability to again, if you scroll over, you get the definition, but you also have the ability to sort. If you click on those arrows, it'll sort by various metrics. And there's just a couple of different options of top-line data. But one of the main things to get to most of the information is if you could look at the college profile, which drills you down, if you're familiar again with the almanac, that we have each institution's college profile. This is essentially the interactive version of that. So you have the top line information again here on the side. If you drill into any one of these particular areas, you get the metrics that are relevant to them. And again, we bring in the Texas average, so you have some way to compare against the state, which those stars represent. And so on. So the one thing, well, I'll get to that next. Let me show you just real briefly. I won't go through the same, but this is what the mobile site looks like. If you pulled this up on your iPad, on your smartphone, it's a scaled down version. Obviously, graphics and space, because of screen size, limits how interactive you can be. But it's the same general concept that you can select 2-year institutions. You have the same ability to filter through these filters. And again, you get at least a limited graphic representation of the profile where you can drill down information from your smartphone. The best thing about this, again, is you have the ability, if you're on your smartphone and you want to look at this information later, you can send this profile by email. We think this will be very helpful to high school advisors like our Advise Texas advisors who may pull up this information for a school that a student's interested and email it to their parents or to them and say, check this out. That student will get an email. They'll get a link. If they're pulling it from a desktop, it will take them right to the desktop profile for that school that I just showed you. So very interactive, we hope useful, and it's going to be useful to that audience. So let me just make a few closing comments. First, to give you a sense of what our next steps are. This is not a live site yet. We have populated this in the development with the 2011 data. We have held back from going live with it because we want to integrate the 2012 data that this next almanac is going to have in it once we release it in April, so that we'll align those releases together. What we've done, however, is we have shared this with our Advise Texas advisors as kind of a test group, and I think Nina has sent it with some of our funders just to give them a sense of what we've developed. We're asking them for feedback if there's glitches or something, so we can kind of fix those before we go live. So we're starting to get stream of different feedback, and to the extent we can make changes, we will. Again, we will release this in April when our almanac is released, and we have actually, again, using funding from our private funders, have contracted with a PR marketing firm to help us market this tool aggressively to those audiences using social media, using our existing infrastructure, Gentex, P16 councils, because again, this isn't to get a story in the newspaper. This isn't to pat ourselves on the back. We want this tool to be usable and useful, and so we're going to do that in terms of April. The next thing I will mention is we're very excited about this too, because what's the old saying that a rolling stone gathers no moss? We are hoping to, our plan is to integrate what we call economic success measures into these profiles, which is I guess the Continuous Improvement Council yesterday was talking a bit about the wage data that we have, that we'll be able to provide, working with college measures for each of the institutions in that profile that I showed you, another box that would have first-year earnings for graduates based on degree level type. Now, the economic success measures that College Measures has, they're going to develop a much more intensive website that's going to actually let you drill down for Texas by institution for not just baccalaureate earnings, but baccalaureate earnings at this institution for journalist majors. We can't integrate all that into this program. It'd be, I think, overwhelming. We'll get the top-line data, but then we'll give a quick link in that profile that the student can click to the College Measures site to then drill down if they want to drill down and use the functionality of that site. We're working with them right now to integrate that. I think we're confident, knock on wood, right, that will be ready when we launch in April. That's the goal. I don't see any reason why we won't meet that. So.
And I'd like to point out Susan's staff is providing all of that data to College Measures, so it's not something that College Measures is coming up without.
Correct.
The College Measures site will also not only have the wages, but will have time to degree down to the discipline. So we'll be showing them time to degree information and possibly moving forward and showing the students that have loans, or the percentage of their graduates that have loans, and the average loan amount or median loan amount also.
The second thing I want to point out, because I know this is important, particularly the conversation agency operations had yesterday related to lean processes, that we approach this project with lean processes in mind, and we really tried to adopt it within that scope. Clearly, this is another requirement for the agency, but the way we worked with Susan's staff and the vendors who are working on both our hard copy almanac and this is to make sure that we're aligning the process so all this happens at the same time, so it doesn't duplicate resources, it doesn't require more energy, it doesn't require other data runs, so that all this can be produced in real time when we produce the almanac and do that. And we've also worked to make sure that ISS is not burdened with any additional technical requirements, and the vendors helped us, I think, achieve that, at least in the short term, if not the long. The final piece, or second to last, obviously I want to thank all the staff, Susan's staff, Julie Eklund, Kathleen Cox, Diana Ergel, Gabriella Borkomen. I'm probably missing 100 names. It's really important to recognize that they don't just collect data. they have to run data. We don't, and Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, time to degree is not something the institutions report to us. Graduation rates don't just come. We have to run those data. It's very time intensive, and so their staff has done this. I think this project is a way to highlight the work that they've done on behalf of the agency and for the state. And then finally, I think it's important to recognize that this move to more transparency, more accountability, providing data to more audiences isn't just something the coordinating board's doing. I saw Chancellor Sharp here earlier. They released the Texas A&M system, released the Empower U, UT Austin system. The UT system has released a productivity dashboard. Texas State University system just this month released their version of productivity dashboard for all their system institutions. So each of these represents a significant step. We're working together, I think, to provide that level of data and information, to all audiences. And I think that collective effort is what is putting Texas at the top of the list for data and accountability. And quite frankly, we'll brag on what we're doing here a little bit, that this is something I'm not sure exists anywhere else in the country on a statewide basis. And David Gardner, the commissioner, can correct me, but we're really taking light years ahead of where a lot of people are, and hope to continue that effort. So with that, I'll close if any other questions.
Members, any questions? Doctor?
Yeah. Is the website collegefortexans.com, is that affiliated with that?
No, the website address for this, once it goes live, will be comparecollegetx.com.
Okay, but we don't have any affiliation with this collegefortexans.com website?
We do.
How so?
It's our site.
It is our site?
Yes.
But it's not really with the foundation and this initiative?
No, collegefortexans.com is the coordinating board site.
Okay.
Actually, College for Texans belongs to the coordinating board, too, if you want.
Yeah, and then we try to tie those sites here and make this kind of a unified, like I said, making it clear that there's a suite of tools available. And so you see here at the bottom of the main page is our inspiration information application. The hope is to also go into each of these sites and also provide these linkage. So if you're in the inspiration piece, you should have the exploration information application.
Okay. Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Thank you for getting in that, David. So there's a easy traveling between the websites so that all of these great tools work together.
From here, yes. What we have to go back in once we get this going is to go back into the infrastructure for these others. But that's, I think, knock on wood, a fairly easy step to do. But tying it all together so people understand these are the four. If I'm a prospective student or parent, there's 4 websites that I should be aware of. And if I land on one of them, I'm going to find the others. That's our goal.
And so through the generosity of our partners, the Gate Foundation and others, we're going to be able to promote all 4 and how they work together.
Correct. That's exactly what our goal is to promote this as the last puzzle piece of a broader suite of online tools.
But Dom, this is not live at this point. It's going to be like May.
No, it's not. You can't access it.
Right. It's again, it's being hosted by our vendor. We're just using to small groups. We will share the links with you so you can play with them at home. It is out there, but we've held back simply because we want to update it with the most recent data and make sure there's no final glitches as we roll this out.
Excellent.
Do we have a specific date in April we're targeting? I know that it needs to be maybe a little fluid, but
I think our goal has always been April 1. And there'll be some move. There'll probably be some movement around
April Fool's Day.
April Fool's Day. Yeah, well.
So how are we going to get the word out about this? I mean, let me just say, I find this to be incredibly exciting and a very, very usable tool. And the information out there. I mean, I want to make sure that more people have access to it. So the part that lets them know, I'm curious to what the plan is for that.
We are working with Hahn Texas, which is a public relations marketing firm, here in Texas. It has experience working in education agency stuff, and so we are going to be working aggressively the social media. We're going to be working aggressively using our existing infrastructure, like the Gentex infrastructure. Again, we've got Gentex San Antonio, which will be, getting the word to them will help get the word to thousands and thousands of students. Our Advise Texas network, we think, is going to be very helpful to push this information out. So they're coming up with a plan. We intentionally wanted to go outside the agency to come up with some very creative strategies for people who know how to do this stuff. And I have every confidence that they're going to come up with a good plan, and we're working through that. We'll have more details, I think, in the coming weeks as they start to kind of push out what they're interested in doing.
And Bobby, we've had a long-standing relationship with the what's it called, Judy? The Texas Association of Counselors, or
right?
And we'll reach out to them and make sure that they're aware of this tool, and I'm sure they will be very happy to utilize it.
We attended their conference in November, I believe, of the counselors. They were very excited to hear about it. We'll be presenting about it in February at the next counseling conference here in Austin. So
we'll be able to get feedback then from high school counselors as well as Advise Texas.
And I'm giving a talk at the Texas Association of School Administrators next Tuesday, and I will make sure to mention this.
Yes, sir.
So on the collegefortexans.com, it has a area about make a plan, and I'm very much appreciative that it actually identifies people in middle school. There's a section there, drop down on middle school.
Right.
And I think that we've got to go beyond the high school counselors. We've got to get into the middle schools and get the children before they get to high school to sort of have a plan. What this doesn't have is a link to Gen TX. This website doesn't link Gen TX.
The College for All Texans.
The College for Texans.
Yeah.
The one that's up and running now.
Right, and that's where we've got to go back in and make sure that, because what has happened is obviously each of those efforts have kind of happened somewhat in a vacuum over a long period of time.
Okay.
Now that we have this, we're trying to tie all these together in a coherent way that probably hasn't been done very well in the past. So you're right, and that's our kind of next step, is to make sure that, again, our College for All Texans website is, I think, how many hundreds of thousands of links or hits every?
750,000.
So it's a very popular website. We just need to make sure that we tie it together, and that is the next shortcoming that we're going to address as we move forward.
So you're going to have that link on this College for All Texans?
Yes. In fact, what I envision is doing the same thing you have here in front of you, except that if you're on the College for All Texans, you'll have the inspiration, exploration, application. If you're on the application side, you'll have inspiration, exploration, information,
okay,
so that it has some sort of flow and coherence.
And I've made mention of this before. The Gen TX website has fairly narrow and only select occupations that are detailed in there. And in the meeting I had with the fine arts deans, they expressed a lot of interest in having the ability to say, these are the professions in fine arts, and these are the degree plans, and this is how you could have a career in this, and this is what your career might be like. So I think we really need to, do we go back to Milkshake and then repopulate it, or can we populate it with other professions, other fields?
We own the site now. It is ours. We have the ability to do some things to it. I think the fact that now we're going to have this college measure information, because again, they did just do a limited amount that may have been restricted by the kind of data that we had available. But I think by having that college measures data I talked about, where you can see by institution, and we can do it by state too, that a bachelor's or a certificate in this particular STEM field results in this is your wages after 1 year, 5 years, 3 years, 5 years. We have the ability. We're working towards that. I think we're going to have that where we can go back in and do that. I think that's something that we can do, so that we broaden that. I think they chose just a small snippet, partly because I'm not sure we had all that data available at the time. But we'll make a note of that. I think it's a good point.
I may have missed this when I stepped up, but the College Measures site, who owns that? Is that a national site from which we're pulling data?
We are sending them data.
We're sending them data.
It's a national site. There's a handful of states that are producing that wage data and the other information that Susan mentioned. They have agreed to add us to their site if we provide them the data, and then they also agreed to help us integrate pieces of it into our site. So it'll be a little bit of both. We'll have some of it on ours and direct to them.
And I believe, Nana can correct me, I believe it's all funded by the Lumina Foundation.
Right.
The next step you were referring to, of making sure that all 4 sites cross-linked in the way you described, when you say next step, is that the next step by April 1st?
we will look at it. It's a matter of infrastructure and how we can get in there and do that. I think if we can do it, we will. At this point, we've been so focused on getting the site right that I don't know what level of complexity that will involve. It doesn't seem very difficult to me, but I'm not a computer.
You're not going to be the guy.
I'm not a web designer, so they'll probably tell me that's 3 years of work.
Obviously, the rollout and the promotion would be that much more powerful.
I agree.
To get that done, even if it was April 15th or whatever.
Do you have something else? Okay.
Having that all together, more powerful.
This is fantastic stuff.
Excellent.
I had two quick questions, if that's right. First, on the mobile site, is that going to be? Is there plans for a mobile application as opposed to just online access? Is that what that is, or is it?
Yeah, what you can do is when you first go to the site from your mobile device, whether it be an iPad or your iPhone or what have you, it will prompt you to add an icon onto your phone. Okay. So it's not an app in the sense of an app you download from iTunes or something else. We explored that possibility. The cost was prohibitive. The technical support that would be needed, long term was too much. So it's not an app in that sense, but you could put an icon. In fact, I have it on my phone right now that it shows a little state of Texas, basically the state of Texas, and says Compare College Texas under it. You have it on your phone, so you can just click on it and open it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My second question, this may have been mentioned and I just didn't hear it, but with the data, as data is put in for each year, does it replace the data from the year before, or does it all aggregate? More, my point is that you can pull up like A&M and see tuition over the past 5 years. It won't.
What we're planning on is just implement basically like the almanac. It's just going to populate the most recent data available. Down the road we can look at, is there a way to do some trend lines? There's other things that already do that. For example, I believe as I mentioned, Empower You and some of those others have the trend data over time. I believe Texas Tribune has some online. So there's other tools doing that. It's certainly something we can look at. We'll get a sense from users if that's something they'd like to see, whether they want to see the 6-year graduation rate over the last 5 cohorts, if that's something that's in demand. The reason we didn't do that initially is because it's a fine line between it's a very delicate balance between having good information and having too much information. And you could put, like I said, our accountability system online right now, there's hundreds and hundreds of measures. But with having all those measures and options to a parent or student who just really want to drill down, so it's a balancing act. We'll see what the users say, but I don't think what we have here would prohibit that. It's just something we'd have to look at in the future.
Any other questions?
One last question. Have we shared this with legislative leadership?
We have briefly shared it. I'm trying to think. Early on, we've talked about it. I'm not sure if we've sent actual links out with the fully developed site yet, but that's our plan. Is at least particularly, I know Chairman Branch has been very interested in having, and I've talked to their office that this was in development. I don't think once it's been fully developed if we've shared, but we certainly plan to do that before we launch formally, so that they have an opportunity to look at it. Again, we've been very conservative about making sure the site fully functions and works before sharing and say, look at this great site, and then it falls apart. So, but that we're definitely going to move in that direction well before we launch, so that they're aware of the tool and I think hopefully help promote it.
Yeah. And the governor's office?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next items on the agenda. 6J, 1 and 4 proposed rules are on the consent calendar. Agenda items J, 2 and 3 are proposed rules for consideration of approval. There is supplemental material with a gold color at your places. Staff did meet with facility stakeholders on January 16th to discuss the proposed rules and a resolution. Commissioner Paredes is recommending that the board table these rules until a task force can be put together with membership to be determined by board leadership. I think as far as Fred and you have talked, we'd like Munir, if we do go that route, for you to be on the board. on the task force. The task force will work to reach a thoughtful, deliberate manner of the facilities issues and student cost in order to reach the best conclusion. Is there any discussion? If not, go ahead, Commissioner.
I wanted to give board members a little bit of background on this issue. As you recall, this generated a lot of controversy, particularly the rule change that would cap student financing for a given project at 75%. We received a number of phone calls. I think I received a total of 6 letters from presidents or chancellors expressing concern about this issue. I called every one of them and wanted to find out directly from them what their concerns were. One of the most thoughtful comments came from President Jesse Rogers of Midwestern, and he pointed out a couple of situations that were compelling and would require an exception to the rule. So the idea of having this meeting last week was to consider exceptions to the rule, the proposed rule of capping student support for a program at 75%. It was a very large meeting, and not surprisingly, we didn't make as much progress as I would have liked. This is an issue that the legislature is very concerned about, and I thought that the wisest way to proceed was to, as Harold just pointed out, appoint some sort of task force that made up of board members and whatever staff support you all would need, along with some campus representatives, and figure out what the best way to move forward would be. I still think we can get support from the campuses to cap student participation at 75% if there are appropriate exceptions under extraordinary circumstances. It wouldn't be a backdoor way of getting around this rule, but rather it would take into account that there are unique situations that come up from time to time. But in order to get the language right, to do this well, particularly during the legislative session, I think we should table this and appoint the task force and then move forward.
Any other comments? If there are none, is there a motion to table?
So moved.
Is there any?
Tabling both 2 and 3, or just 2?
Both.
If that's
Both,
Bobby's
2 and
motion,
3.
yeah.
Both 2 and 3. I'll second.
Okay.
So point
Any
of
other?
information, is that tabled to time certain?
I think we have to we have to wait to see, once we get the process underway, how long it will take to come to resolution. I don't want to drag this out, but I think it's prudent to not fix a time certain at this point.
Yeah, an example of something that the task force might look at, which it's hard to say how much time it would take, is student unions. Student unions in general have streams of revenue that one would think could, if not completely be privatized, that you could still do a P3 that it would at least monetize some of the debt through the bookstores, the cafes, et cetera. So it would be interesting to study the existing student unions, what percentage, what kind of revenue they average, whether that's on a per square foot basis or however you want to look at it, and what that might mean or not mean in relationship to a student fee cap. So I mean, just throwing that out as an example of what the task force could look into and trying to, to shape
we
this.
saw a great example of creativity what Texas Women University did. So I think there are venues where you can do it. I still share commissioners that yes, 75%, 25% type of situation can be worked out.
Okay. As far as the date certain, David, I think basically our task force is going to make certain when they're finished that they are going to have to bring it back to the board.
The reason I brought that up is my concern is what do we do if there are other funding approval requests for other projects in the interim? And I guess I can look at staff. Are there other requests that staff is currently working on, other proposals for other institutions?
We have heard of some, but we have not seen any applications at this point.
Okay. So would it be reasonable to suspend staff looking at those until we can come up with new language?
No, I think we would have to look at the projects and apply the rules that are currently in place.
I don't see any reason why a consensus cannot be built by the time the next board meets.
I would agree.
One way or other, I think it's a language issue, and let's just engage them in conversation and find out exactly what is the main objection that they have. Obviously, nobody would want to have some restrictions, but I think controlling the ever-rising fees, I think it's something that we have to somehow that prevail that, hey, this is an important thing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think what I would suggest doing is just passing the motion to table without time certain, but encouraging this task force to be put together, work group, whatever we want to call it, to be put together to try to work as rapidly and efficiently as possible.
We've gotten the message.
Yeah. And the other, I would still want us to see about strengthening the requirement for student participation in the elections.
That was one of the recommendations that came from the A&M system, from Chancellor Sharp.
And I think Ryan's brought up some alternatives. Certainly we could ask the institutions, do you have a way to compel student participation? And I think Ryan's suggestion is when they enroll in their classes, they're doing something electronic online, and if you don't do certain things, you can't register. And so even if they vote present, that's fine.
Any other comments? Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes.
Uno mas.
This thing right here, Harold.
I'm terribly sorry. It's probably not in your script. We don't do this one very often.
That's okay. I won't.
Pardon me.
I won't stand between you and lunch for very long.
No.
Hey, look, I'm just following the script, okay? I apologize. Go ahead, Nina.
Okay, I'm Nina Wright, Executive Director of the College for All Texans Foundation. As you know, the foundation is 501c3, 509A3 Type 1 supporting organization. It was founded in 2002 to help raise funds to supplement state funds dedicated to achieving the goals of closing the gaps. Since 2002, the foundation has raised about $18.4 million in order to supplement those state funds. Our MOU with the coordinating board requires that we, within 180 days of the end of our fiscal year, that we present you a copy of our audit, and so that is what I'm doing today. I'm glad to tell you that our audit that was conducted by MLR, or Maxwell Lock and Ritter, issued a clean opinion. There were no problems with our financial statements. There were no internal control issues noted. Our audit committee, which is comprised of Chairman Neil Adams and Whit Ryder, Treasurer Whit Ryder, reviewed this audit independently with the auditors, and they're all very happy with the staff. Just going to plug ourselves there. The requirement of the MOU asks that we share also a summary of our activities. So I did provide for you a list of the programs that are supported. I have to say that there are no programmatic activities that the foundation does. Every nickel that we put into a program has to be carried out by coordinating board staff, as they will tell you. So I think in terms of the my board, they're most active in raising funds for Advise Texas. That is the program that has been selected by the coordinating board as our primary program. So that's where our board members spend time opening doors, hosting events, and helping us raise the matching funds that are required to put 120 advisors out in high-need high schools across the state. Because it is almost lunch, I won't go over that. I'll let you read this summary of programs. I think you're familiar with most of them.
Any questions? Excuse me, any questions, comments?
We need to accept the report.
Don't believe there's any action required. Nina, congratulations. You know, you and obviously College for All Texans Foundation is doing a marvelous job. You're to be commended.
Well, after hearing
lunchtime.
Dr. Stewart from Texas Women's, I'm thinking we're not doing that good.
Yeah, just don't go start building any buildings.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Hahn. Members, before we move to item 7, which is lunch, there are a couple quick things. Judy has informed me that we need to recorrect our corrected minutes. It turns out that the part of the minutes where I seconded the motion and you had claimed that, Judy actually went and listened to the tape, and apparently I did second the motion, even though I don't usually do that. So, right, Judy? Yeah. So if I could entertain a motion to recorrect the previously corrected minutes for that one item.
Move to uncorrect that. Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
A little more serious note, I think most of our members know this, but just in case, and also wanted to share with the members of our audience that Dr. Dennis Golden is not with us at today's board meeting because his daughter Lindsay became ill and was hospitalized yesterday morning. So I would just ask that you please keep Lindsay and Dennis and their family in your prayers. So with that, we will move to item 7, which is lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. and take up our next agenda item, item number 8, matters related to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Janelle Shepard. Janelle?
Good afternoon. We want to start with a few staff announcements. Dr. Stevenson will introduce.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Dr. Gary Tomerlin as the new Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Community and Technical College. Gary, if you want to stand. And Gary will be supervising a lot of the folks that deal with the community and technical colleges, including our Perkins staff, and will also be dealing with a lot of undergraduate and workforce issues for us, including career technical education. So we'd like to welcome him on board, and he's already been very valuable to me in terms of helping with the Community and Technical College Task Force as well. So we're really glad to have him on board. So welcome.
Welcome, Gary.
And then I'd also like to announce that Dr. Catherine Parsoneau, who was with the coordinating board for a total of 20 years at a couple different times, has been hijacked by Texas Tech University, so we will no longer be accepting applications from them. And so that's Texas Tech and UT system that no longer get new degree programs.
Not that we take it personally or anything.
No, of course not.
Anything
For the
else?
record, that was a joke.
If you say so.
Yeah.
All right. Agenda item 8B is public testimony. We have 2 people who've signed up for oral testimony. I think I'll take that when the appropriate agenda item comes up. If there's any other testimony here today.
There were 2 people who signed up for testimony.
Right. So one was, both of those agenda items we'll address as we go through the agenda. Item 8C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston to remove a contingency on the previously board-approved Doctorate of Nursing practice to allow the institution to offer the degree as a post-baccalaureate program for the nurse anesthetist concentration. McGregor.
Thank you very much. The committee did recommend approval for this revision to the authority for the Doctor of Nursing practice at UT Health Science Center, Houston. At present, the institution is only allowed to do postmasters in their nurse anesthesia program, meaning that the nurse would come in and get their master's, and then they would either continue on or could come back at another time for their DNP. The reason we had done that was that we had expressed concerns and had raised some issues with regard to the availability of sufficient nursing faculty at the community college level as to whether or not if we move away from a master's level advanced practice nurse to a strictly Doctor of Nursing practice trained advanced practice nurse, whether there would be sufficient nursing faculty at the community college level for those associate degree of nursing programs. And we also had some questions as to whether or not moving from the advanced practice nurse at the master's level to the DNP raised any improvement in the level of patient care and that type of thing. And there was some very good back and forth, and Dr. Stark provided some very good information along with some of the other deans from the colleges of nursing. And so I would just like to show that this is a very narrow band in terms of this is strictly for one nursing practice program in nurse anesthesia. It is a relatively small program, and it is the only one in the state. The program has indicated that they are having a difficulty competing with the private institutions in the state. There are, I believe, 3 other institutions that offer the DNP, in the post-bachelor's DNP in nurse anesthesia, and they are having difficulty recruiting sufficient students because the students are choosing to go to the straight BSN to the DNP route. There is a standard also set with nurse anesthesia that is absent in the other advanced practice nursing programs, in that the certification body for the advanced practice nursing programs in nurse anesthesia has indicated that by 2025, all graduates from nurse anesthesia programs should have the Doctor of Nursing practice rather than as currently is for the master's level program. And so that standard has been set by the certification body, and the institution feels like it's appropriate to go ahead and move in that direction now. This training will provide greater leadership training and high-level nursing management experience, and the institution is encouraging and supporting this program strongly.
Any questions? Discussion?
Move to approve.
Okay. Motion?
Second.
Second? Discussion?
Yeah, I've spoken at the committee level, my opposition to this. I believe that there's an opportunity for the institution to streamline its current course offerings so that the students would be able to graduate in the same amount of time. I've looked at the course offerings. The idea that was suggested at the committee meeting that somehow that all 3 programs would continue to be offered is not realistic. No one would enter a program that only took additional 4 months as a preference just to go straight to the DNP program in that regard. And unfortunately, the institution has chosen not to do that. So I'll be voting against this.
What 4 months? I mean, the difference between a master's program and a DNP?
Currently, the master's level program requires 85 semester credit hours. They have reduced their DNP program from 122 hours to 112. And so it would require an additional 27 hours the way I'm counting it. And I'll let Dr. Stark explain the variation.
McGregor, the materials we received, it was 90 or 92 for the master's, 46 credits for the MSN to DNP, and 123 for the BSN to DNP. That's the materials we were given. Was that not correct, Doctor?
That's correct. And with our proposed BSN to DNP, it would be 112 hours. So it would be not an add-on of 4 months. It would be a complete revision of the curriculum so that students began to get doctoral level courses earlier in the program, not just the last 4 months.
In the materials you gave us, it was 123 hours for the BSN to DNP. Are you stating that was erroneous? It's 112?
No, I'm not saying that was erroneous. That was the program that is BSN to MSN to DNP. That is 123 hours. Without having that MSN stop out, we can reduce it to 112, which saves the students money and it saves the state money.
Okay, I'm going to take one more shot at this because I guess I don't understand. I'm adding 90 and 46. Is that incorrect math or is that 136? Because I'm adding, doing the MSN is 90 hours. Going from MSN to DNP is 46 hours. So I understood that to be 136 hours.
Dr. Kristen Starnsod is the director of the program. I'll let her answer that question.
So to answer the question, the current curriculum is a postmaster's DNP, and the postmaster's DNP is a smaller subset of credit hours, so it's 32 hours. And the proposal that we put forth was a BSN to DNP for a total of 112. So there is a difference because one is a straight to DNP and one is a postmaster stop out to DNP.
So all these numbers are completely different than the materials we were provided?
Oh, no.
Well, I took my notes directly off what's in our preparatory materials.
The nurse anesthesia students who go on for the DNP, the ones who have the masters, get some advanced credit because their program is already 90 credits when they come into the postmaster's DNP, whereas a family nurse practitioner, for example, comes in with about 50 hours of credit.
So you're saying some of those would be duplicative between the two programs you're offering now? They would have duplicate programming, so they're getting credit for the 90 hours?
No, they would not be duplicative.
The
postmaster's DNP is slightly different for the anesthesia students than it is for, say, a nurse practitioner students because of the difference that they come to us with the master's degree.
Okay, well,
it's just like if you're transferring credit from a community college to a baccalaureate program, you may have more credits than 60 hours according to what curriculum you took in the associate degree program. It's a matter of looking at what the student comes with and what you need to add on to get the doctoral degree.
Madam Chair, I have a comment.
Yes.
There is shortage of healthcare professionals in the state of Texas. And nurses take a lot of burden of taking care of the patients. I've been told by some senior doctors who have been practicing for more than 45 years, 80% is nursing care, 20% is physicians and MDs. That's what the impact they have on the patient care. I feel that we should have more nurses with a doctorate. They can do research. They can become teaching professionals. I think we should approve the program.
and I don't have any problem with what you're saying, Durga. I believe we do need more nurses, but I'm looking at attachment D, which was in our materials, and it clearly says total credits needed for graduation is 90 or 92 for the current MSN curriculum in nurse anesthesia. Attachment E says total credits is 46 for the current MSN to DNP program, and attachment F is the proposal, and it says 123 total credits needed for graduation. So I'm getting this from the materials that were given.
And if I may, and maybe I can try and explain, and if you correct me if I'm incorrect. Depending upon whether the student that is coming into the DNP program came out of an advanced practice nurse program, such as nurse anesthesia, and then went into the DNP program, they would have one set of credits. They would be meeting one set of curricular requirements for the 90 to 92 hours. Within those 90 to 92 hours, some of those credits would apply toward the Doctor of Nursing practice. Whereas if you had...
Thus reducing the plus 46?
Right, thus reducing it from plus 46 to plus 32. Right. And if you came in from a nursing education or nursing administrator role, you would have only taken 50 to 60 semester credit hours rather than 90, and there would be much fewer hours of those that would apply to the doctorate, which would then not reduce the number of credits from 46. Now, is that accurate?
I think that is a good explanation. Thank you.
Does that help you, Dr. Tischer?
Yeah, but the pathway for these students is to have critical care experience. They're not nursing educators that decide to go get a DNP in CRNA. They're people that are coming out of ICU and critical care experience with the BSN.
But they still could have that degree and be working in ICU.
I don't have an issue with that. But what I'm saying, and Harold asked a question, and the schematic we've been given here in Attachment D, it's a 3-year program with 2 summers to get the MSN, and what's being proposed is a 3-year program with 4 summers for the DNP. So 2 extra summers is 4 months. That's what I said. There's an additional 4 months.
Well, 2 extra summers is 6 months. I mean, summer term is 3 months each. But the point is that the minimum requirements for a master's in nursing is about 36 hours. So you can have a master's degree with a 36-hour credit, or you can have a master's degree such as anesthesia, and you have to have 90 credits. So you're starting at a different place when you start the DNP program with those kind of backgrounds. So the DNP program has given the CRNAs advanced credit in the doctoral program because they have had extensive clinical practice experience. And some of the things they've had in that 90-hour curriculum give them advanced placement in the DNP. Therefore, they don't have to take the whole 46. That is our standard for the DNP program for nurse practitioners and the others that come with the about 50 hours of credit.
Madam Chairman.
Questions? Yes.
How many DNP programs are there in Texas now?
I believe there's 7 public and 3 private. 12 private, I'm sorry.
But only the 4 in CRNA.
Yes, there are 3 private CRNA and 1 public.
So did we not, when we were approving some of these last year, did we not stipulate that their approval as a DNP was only if there was a master's program required?
Yes, sir.
And now we're saying we don't think that's a good idea?
Yes, sir.
Well, not exactly. The Health Science Center has pledged to, and I have some questions about this, or how you might go about it, but has pledged to maintain the MSN, at least for the foreseeable future while we continue to determine workforce demand. David's point, though, is that he's skeptical as to how many students would be willing to enroll in the MSN, even if their job ambition only required that, because the DNP...
Just to clarify, it's not MSN. It's an advanced practice.
Well, yeah.
Right. And then there are distinct differences. Right. The goal is here, we have 1 public school for anesthetists in Texas, 1. The 3 private schools have already done a similar program where they allow nurses to go from BSN to DNP. And the bulk of students are going to those private schools. We're not able to offer at lower tuition a faster track for these students. And remember, our job is about accessibility, affordability, and graduating people who can get jobs. And this is really addressing that, I believe, for the state. They've decided to make sure that nurses in Texas have an opportunity to go to a public school at much less tuition with the same advantages that the private schools are offering. Again, this is the one and only school that we have in Texas that offers this degree. So that's why this exception has come up. And it was
Madam Chairman, that's why
vetted.
I support this motion. But it raises a question in my mind that the UT Health Science Center Houston might be able to help us with, because this is a key differential. It's the only public advanced practice program in anesthesia in the state. Looking out a little further, though, one could speculate or project that all the other advanced nursing practices in their accrediting bodies will do the same thing, accelerating this movement to BSN straight to DNP. While we're still struggling, the main disconnect, I think, is trying to get our hands around understanding how much continuing demand there is for the master's stop out, so to speak. I don't know that we know the answer to that, because it's dynamic, it's changing. Everything about healthcare is crazy right now. So one question, and perhaps it could turn into a suggestion, is if it makes sense to streamline the path, the time, and cost from a BSN to a DNP, if there is a demand, would it not make sense to include a more streamlined master's stop out along that same 112 credit hour path? And I'm now way above my pay grade, but I'm just wondering if that
we have been able to do that for the nurse practitioner. We have worked out a program. In fact, we have 3 foundations in Houston that have funded us to do this accelerated program, where students come in with a bachelor's degree. They move quickly into the master's family nurse practitioner program. They get all their tuition paid, and they get a stipend so they can go to school full time. And then when they get the master's, we tell them go out and practice and then continue on to get your doctorate part-time, and all their tuition is paid for their doctoral degree. So we have worked out this plan for the nurse practitioner role. And I think it is possible to do this for every role except nurse practitioner, CRNAs. One of the reasons is that the CRNA program has a separate accrediting body, and they are very specific about how many cesarean sections you have to do, how many this and that. And so their program has to be longer to meet all those accreditation requirements. So their accrediting association now has said that everyone who graduates as a CRNA needs to do so with a doctoral degree by 2025, meaning programs have to convert early to make you graduates, and that no new master's programs will be accredited after 2015. And so students who are looking for a 40-year career are saying, why would I go to a master's program when I can see the handwriting on the wall that I'm required to have a doctorate? So students are electing not to come to our state program. They're going to these expensive private schools because they know that's better for their future. And our enrollment has dropped, our applicants have dropped, and I think this is a serious problem for the state, because 100% of rural hospitals depend on CRNAs, where there is no anesthesiologist. So the citizens in the rural areas could not have OB services, surgical services, trauma services, any of those things without the CRNAs being out there. And if the supply dwindles because we can't move ahead with this, I think it's going to have very long-range implications for the state.
So the question that I have, and I guess the statement to Harold, is I think that she's accurately reflecting, the train has left the station. The National Certifying Organization has cut the ability to produce a master's level trained CRNA past a certain date in the future. We're heading that way. It's inevitable. The real question is should we ask, as was asked last time, for them to even have the redundancy of offering the master's level program? If we're going to do this, I think any student would look at this and say it's 4 additional months training. I'll just go to the DNP program, and then I'll never have to deal with this again. I think as a coordinating board, I think we ought to give them the option of discontinuing the other programs if they're serious about doing this. Personally, I think it's premature. I think there's going to be a huge market for MSNs out there still. But if we're going to allow them to do that, any student going to that institution is going to look, here's 2 plans and here's one. This one is significantly shorter, and I can get the DNP, and then I'm grandfathered for life, and I don't have to deal with that issue. So, I mean, Commissioner, you made the suggestion of the request. Couldn't you continue to offer that Plan A and that Plan B? But I'm not sure that we should even ask them to continue those to be open.
Well, this is a special circumstance for the reasons that you've mentioned, because you have a date certain for this particular field, and for nurse practitioners in general, there's not a definite time at which the transition will occur.
Right.
So we recommend that we maintain the master's program until there is a definite date, in which case we'll decide what an appropriate transition period is. But I think your argument is a compelling one for this particular circumstance.
And the other corollary is that the institution may decide, hey, there's a lot of MSN CRNAs out there who right now, at least in my private polling of them, are not interested in getting the DNP. But it may be that the market flips. Janelle personally thinks that everybody's going to want a DNP in the future, and you may have a tremendous demand of already trained, already in practice CRNAs with an MSN. So the institution may choose to do that. I'm only suggesting we should not consider this, we're cutting a deal on this, allow the institution to have the flexibility to continue to offer it or not offer it. And that includes both the BSN to MSN as well as the MSN to DNP, because if what I think may happen happens, you don't want to close the only program in the state that offers that. Janelle's smiling, so I don't know.
I'm looking at McGregor. Are you understanding? Are you trying to amend the motion?
No, I think we had gentlewoman's agreement at the committee hearing about keeping it open, and I just want to make that discussion that I can see how this inevitability may prove out that it may not be in the institution and in Texas's best interest to continue the program, but we should allow the institution to have the flexibility to continue all 3 programs.
Well, I think there was a basic agreement to maintain the master's. I think probably the better way to put it would be to maintain the master's pathway so long as there's demand. And we have a rule that defines demand as not being low producing. That would be one way to measure it.
And if I may just throw out, I think the Commissioner was making the point that as we approach 2025, and if there is that demand for those DNP CRNAs, and we have the existing population of CRNAs who are at the master's level, they're going to need an outlet that would allow them to go master's to DNP. And if they do not have that at a public institution, then they are going to have to pay the much higher rate at the private institutions to do that, if that's even a possibility there. And so I think there is going to have to be a period of time, much as there was with the DPT and occupational therapy and pharmacy, where there was that gap program that allowed them to build up to the the other program to the doctoral level during that period of transition. And so I think until we hit that 2025, maybe there is a need for maintaining the postmaster's level.
I think the 2025 is only for new CRNAs. So if you have an existing master's, that's going to be all right as long as you keep your license renewed.
But you don't think that there would be master's level CRNAs who would want to go ahead and pursue the DNP?
Oh, yes. And we have some of those enrolled in our DNP program now.
And that's all I'm saying is I think we do need to maintain the postmaster's plan as part of the ongoing effort.
Right. That will help us prepare faculty for these programs.
Other thoughts?
Yes. I would like to encourage all the public institutions who have nursing programs to start DNP program. Like I said before, it's important for us to have some nurses doing research, nurses teaching in the schools, and nurses practicing and taking care of the patients. I really think that we should encourage other nursing programs to start DNP. Harold had a question, and I think we should, as coordinating board, we should encourage all of them.
Thank you, Dario. Other thoughts? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Shall we take a hand vote?
2 days.
All in favor, say aye, or raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is 8D, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request for a new degree program from Prairie View A&M for a doctorate of nursing practice. They heard what you said, Durga McGregor.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joanna Thomas-Smith, Dr. Betty Adams, and their whole nursing crew are here if there are any questions. But this is a proposal for a doctor of nursing practice in family nurse practitioner. This is a proposal that we have been working with them on. They did start out as a PhD proposal, and they were willing to work with us and adjusted it to a doctor of nursing practice. The Houston Endowment has provided a $3 million grant to support their program and in getting it started and getting it off the ground. And again, this is moving toward having that additional doctorally prepared nurses, both for nursing staffs as well as, we hope, spending time in our colleges and community colleges teaching and preparing new nurses as well. And so we do recommend approval of the program. And again, if there are any questions, we can invite them up.
Questions? Discussion?
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you, Bobby. Now any discussion? Yes.
I would just like to raise one point, and I know that the institution is concerned about this. I helped work on this program, and I understand its importance, and I understand why Prairie View should have this program. But I do want to call attention to the fact that you can't have strong doctoral education at any institution unless you have a strong undergraduate foundation. And the graduation rates at Prairie View, the 6-year graduation rates for undergraduates are still quite low. And I urge that you continue to work on this issue and bring up these graduation rates. I think that otherwise all graduate education is in jeopardy. But and there are other doctoral programs that need strengthening as well. So I hope that you'll give appropriate attention to both those issues as you go forward with this program.
And if I may add briefly, this is postmasters limited. So,
Dr. Tesher.
So the question I would ask the commissioner is: their graduation rates for their bachelor's degree programs below the state average, and then they're not able to add a doctoral program according to the rules we adopted?
They met 2 out of 3 of the criteria.
So they met the exception criteria?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're not going against our own policy.
No, and that's why I said we recognize the need, and we recognize that they met the alternative criteria, but the fundamental issue still remains. And I know you've heard me say this before.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Agenda item 8E, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request for a new degree program from the University of Texas at the Permian Basin for a Bachelor of Science degree with major in nursing. McGregor.
Thank you very much. Dr. David Watts and Dr. Bill Fannin, I think, are here in the back along with their nursing crew, so if there are any questions, we can bring them forward as well. But UTPB has been seeking to have a bachelor's degree in nursing in Odessa, where they are trying to develop their relationships with 9 clinical facilities in the area. They have also developed a state-of-the-art simulation lab for their nursing students, and they are working with the community colleges for transfer opportunities as well. And this is a new program, and we do recognize that there is a need for additional nurses. And so we are recommending approval based upon the level of support that the institution has already shown to this program and the resources that they have put into it. And we do recommend approval.
Approval. Second.
All right, discussion, questions? None? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. Item F was on the consent calendar. Item G is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to the request from Texas A&M University for a Juris Doctor with a major in law. McGregor?
Thank you very much.
I think item F was extracted and has already been voted upon.
Sorry, no one adjusted my
Just
script.
for historical accuracy.
What was it?
It
was extracted from the consent calendar, and the provost from A&M, we dealt with that as a first order of business.
Very good.
Out of
order.
the consent
Thank
calendar.
you. Appreciate it.
These aren't real-time scripts. So.
Yeah. Item G.
Thank you very much. This is a proposal from Texas A&M University to authorize them to grant them authority for offering a Juris Doctor degree in Fort Worth. Texas A&M University has an agreement in place with Texas Wesleyan University to purchase their School of Law in Fort Worth. And in order to do that, they need the permission from the coordinating board to have the degree on their program approval, their program list. Texas A&M is going to purchase the program directly, and they will also have a long-term lease for the facility that the law school is currently in Fort Worth, and that will allow them to operate the program as it currently sits. They have also proposed, pending sufficient financial support from donors and the institution, improving the quality of the students in the program through raising admission standards and increasing the level of financial support, again, pending the receipt of sufficient donor dollars to do so. And they have also proposed improving and increasing the faculty size to lower the faculty to student ratio, also dependent upon raising sufficient dollars for that purpose. The law school would not be seeking to increase the number of students that they admit, and so the number of students in Texas going to law school and graduating would not be increasing. So there's not a need variation there in terms of whatever needs out there and that is being met by Texas Wesleyan is now presumably going to be met by Texas A&M. And so the commissioner has, it was originally noted as pending, and the commissioner, I believe, wanted to make a statement.
Yes, for the board's information, the recommendation was left pending because we considered this proposal on an accelerated basis, and we had incomplete information when we sent out the board materials. Since then, Texas A&M has responded to our questions, and I now recommend approval of this request.
Discussion, questions?
Yes.
Second.
Discussion. Okay. In your final assessment, I see where out of 3, in 2 areas we said no. In spite of that, you are recommending approval?
I looked at the information that A&M provided, the information regarding their desire to provide another first-rate law school in the state of Texas, their commitment to significantly upgrade the quality of the law school to offer another alternative, public alternative for students that want to get a law degree of very, very high quality. And I thought that that argument was compelling in this particular circumstance.
I think President Lofton is.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think there's a whole
here in
crew.
the audience.
And Chancellor Sharp.
If you
want to come to the table and answer some questions.
Dr. Lofton, Chancellor Sharp.
Welcome. Did you want to repeat?
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. You do have funds available to implement this program?
Sir, we as indicated in the response to the questions that were posed to us by the staff, the answer is that we intend to put forward a great effort to raise private dollars to be able to affect the purchase of the law school. Obviously, upon assuming operation of it, should you make this approval work, and if SACS also approves, which is another step in the process here, we would have, of course, tuition revenue and potentially subvention dollars as well to be able to operate the law school. And again, we would want to augment that as necessary, as McGregor said, through the solicitation of private funds, development of a large endowment for the law school, as some other law schools in Texas have, to be able to augment that funding to make sure we can have a law school the first class here in Texas.
Do you have any other contingents planned if your pledge don't show up?
Well, we can't do it without it, so simple enough.
Put it this way, there are a lot of Aggie lawyers out there that, one of whom happens to be in the audience today, a former Vice Chairman Neil Adams. He'll probably be the first one to pledge.
Has he
Mr.
pledged?
Chairman, that was my next question. Do we need
Can we
more
clarify
Aggie
that?
lawyers?
I thought the Aggies didn't have lawyers, they have attorneys.
Adams will be the first million.
Naming rights.
I told Neil I wouldn't put him on the spot, but I just couldn't resist.
Questions?
Chancellor Sharp, maybe you could share with the other members of the board what you and I were talking about earlier, the focus of where you would want to take this law school regarding particular specialization in IP and the great need for specialization within that in this region.
What the president wants to do, first of all, we are, our board would be the first to say we don't want to produce any more lawyers, and that's why we put that in the statement to McGregor. We want to produce a lot better lawyers. Now, this particular school, this last graduation had the third highest pass rate, only behind Texas and Baylor, of any law school, first-time pass rate for the bar exam this past year. So it's a very good school. But what the president and I are talking about is producing a very different kind of lawyer, not just, I hate to say run-of-the-mill, but there's a shortage in this state when you talk to almost any CEO of any major company in the state of IP lawyers. And IP lawyers tend to be chemists, they tend to be engineers, they tend to be doctors and life sciences PhDs that then go to law school and become attorneys. And there is a dearth of those kinds of lawyers produced in the state of Texas. You almost always have to go outside of the state to do that, and we intend to change that, and the president intends to take us as fast as possible to a national ranking in that particular category.
Other discussion?
Chancellor, if I may. In the write-up it says, if the law school continues to operate in Fort Worth, I mean, what are the longer-term plans?
What are the what?
The longer-term plans? Do you plan to relocate the school to?
We have no plans, and there's no discussion about relocating the school that I've ever heard. We know we have to. We couldn't have a law school in College Station because there's simply not enough internships and not enough lawyers there. So it'd have to be in Houston, DFW, or San Antonio, and Fort Worth fits that description, and we have no plans to relocate.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank McGregor and his staff for the great work that they've done, always with us, but particularly with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Items H and I were on consent calendar. Item J is a discussion relating to a request from the American University of the Caribbean for a certificate of authority to offer courses in Texas leading to a medical degree. I believe we have a public testimony that is signed up. Helena Stengel Bertram, would you like to come and give some testimony?
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members, Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Helena Stengel Bertram. I am the Senior Director of Government and Community Relations for DeVry, Inc., and my testimony today is actually on behalf of American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine. First, we'd like to thank you and board staff for this deliberative process. Since early 2011, AUC has worked diligently to carefully adhere to the Certificate of Authority process outlined within regulations. This process included completing a rigorous application, followed by a detailed application review and on-site evaluation by 2 expert reviewers selected by the board, including Dr. Frank Simon, who is the former secretary of the Liaison Committee on Medical Education. These experts in their field positively reviewed AUC. And recommended approval by the Certification Advisory Council, who also concurred and recommended favorable consideration by the then Strategic Planning and Policy Committee. This process has been demanding, it has been detailed, and it has been lengthy. It has involved a series of unanticipated steps, including obtaining an Attorney General's opinion confirming CB jurisdiction, along with CB staff completing a review of the availability of 3rd and 4th year clinical clerkship opportunities by surveying the Texas medical schools. And we've learned a lot. We have learned that the clinical clerkship process is fluid, that there is great diversity within Texas medical schools in terms of scheduling, clerkship duration, and of course payment. We also learned that over 1,000 out-of-state and presumably or likely non-Texas residents out-of-state students participate in Texas-based clinical clerkship opportunities across the state. And that's currently. So it goes without saying that there has been significant due diligence as it relates to this agenda item. So I'm here to reiterate a few matters. We engaged in this process because our Texas resident students asked us to, and we owe it to them. These Texas students wish to enter into clinical clerkships at home. Upon completing clinical training in their home states, many would like to begin primary care residencies here serving in underserved and rural communities at no cost to the state of Texas. These Texans wish to help address the physician manpower shortage in their home that requires many of our public and private hospitals to recruit internationally currently for primary care physicians. So we stand by the commitments that we have made during this process, and we have agreed to limit our statewide footprint to no more than 20 students per year. We have agreed to limit these opportunities to Texas residents. We have agreed to restrictive covenants, including particularly focusing on working within rural communities. And some of what we have agreed to doesn't appear to be in place for out-of-state students engaged in Texas-based clinical clerkships. But we've agreed to these concessions even though the Certificate of Authority is in place for only 2 years. So our bottom line, AUC wishes to provide an innovative clerkship structure so as not to interfere or diminish current clerkship capacity, and in fact will help expand clerkship rotations, increase residency positions, and improve medical education resources, again, at no cost to the state of Texas. So now is the time to enable AUC to effect this much-delayed pilot project. We stand resolved to conclusively demonstrate that through both collaboration and innovation, Texas resident AUC students can pursue 3rd and 4th year clerkships within their home state. But it is only with your authorization that we may bring the kind of collaborative partnership to Texas that can yield additional residency opportunities. Plainly put, we are committed to monetarily supporting innovative clerkship partnerships without disrupting existing arrangements between providers and Texas-based medical schools, while agreeing to designate funds that will improve teaching facilities, student learning outcomes, and grow the availability of much-needed first-year residency positions for everyone, not just our students and graduates. This kind of private and non-profit partnership is precisely what is needed to help improve the state's position with respect to residencies. So we again respectfully request your support to help AUC Texas resident students return to their home state and ease your doctor shortage by allowing AUC the opportunity to establish a pilot core clerkship program within the state. And we also respectfully request clarification on next steps, on the board's next steps, so that we may update our Texas students and their families. So with that, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Notwithstanding Helena's comments, the merits of her comments, and I feel comfortable calling her that, since she was a very, very competent member of the coordinating board staff. And when she makes comments like that, I miss her presence here. The fact is that this issue has entered the political realm, and we have to pay attention to those realities. We have a new chair and a vice chair of the Senate Committee on Higher Education. We do not have a newly formed, appointed Committee on Higher Education in the House, and we still do not know whether there will be legislation presented in the 83rd legislature that will supersede our authority to make a decision about this matter. I strongly recommend to the board that, and convey this to the representatives from AUC, that we need to meet with key members of the legislature, bring them up to date on a variety of issues. I'm not certain that every member of the newly appointed committees will have become familiar with the AG's opinion, for example. We need to get a sense of whether there will be legislation and how strong the support for such legislation might be. And once we get that information, we will bring this issue back to the board. But there is, I apologize for the delay, but these are the realities of this particular issue. And so that's the reason that I think we need to pen this issue until we get some clarification. I would hope that we will have that clarification by the April board meeting. We should know by then if there will be legislation, and we will have a sense of how the legislature feels about this issue, and we could then move forward.
So you're saying that it would be on the agenda for the April meeting is what your intention would be?
That would be my intention,
and
yes.
So at that point, we would move forward or not?
Yes, and I will report to the board if there seems to be a justification for a further delay. I would come to the board in April and explain what those circumstances are.
Or provide update prior to.
Yes, yes.
We do know there's been a lot of legislature interest in this, and I think this is a wise move for us. We need to be respectful of what they've been communicating to us, and I appreciate that, Commissioner. Any other comments? Yes.
With regard to your business plan of implementing this, should it be approved, for instance, at the April board meeting, how soon could you have those clerkships up and running?
Well, it most certainly would be our wish to get out and hit the ground running. I should mention that we have not had any firm conversations with any potential partners because we feel that would be operating in poor faith here.
Right.
But it's something that we could certainly work on fairly quickly.
And I'm looking at it from someone who went to medical school. The clerkships and everything has a July 1 start date, and we're kind of moving in on that. You don't think you would be able to get those in place for July 1/13 should it be approved at the April board meeting?
We would certainly try, but I wouldn't want to say that it's absolutely possible. We'd have to see what the environment was like in terms of the potential partners.
I move we table to a time certain at the able board meeting consideration of this.
And actually, this is
There's
just
no
a discussion
action
item. There's
required.
no action required.
Right.
We would just leave it pending.
Yes.
And
It's already pending.
Okay. I thought the task force brought it back to the board for decision. I thought our task force considered that. Didn't we discuss that?
It was discussed, but I don't think there was any action.
Oh, I thought we sent it back to the board with no recommendation from the task force for the board to consider it as a committee of the whole.
Actually, did this become, Bobby, was this on the task force agenda?
yes, it was.
It got put on there, yes.
It got put on, right. So having said,
But it was, regardless, it was presented as an informational item only. So
Right.
take action.
We can't vote
take
on it
action.
now.
So,
Very good.
And if I may add one item related to this, there are also two other institutions who are U.S. institutions, Academy of Osteopathic, American Osteopathic Association accredited schools who are seeking to get a certificate of authorization to operate clinicals in Texas. And we have also, we're placing them on hold as well until we have a resolution that the board is comfortable moving forward with.
Thank you.
Just so I understand, these are osteopathic schools in other states?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They're AOA accredited.
And part of the, for us non-medicos anyway, part of the interesting, perhaps enlightening, perhaps confusing part of the UME report or study is that apparently in the fourth year, the students seeking clerkships in other states is common practice, long-standing practice. But according to our 9 medical schools or health science centers here in Texas, the third-year clinical rotations are so tight right now and go mostly to the Texas medical school medical students that's the crux of the debate, right? You know, and so those Texas medical schools that are proposing to expand, or the new schools that are proposed as part of their plans, are going to have to create at least one new third-year clerkship for every seat they propose to expand, because you can't. It's either one or the other. You can't say that we've got such a tight situation that we can't accommodate 20 Texas high school graduates from the AUC, but on the other hand say we can add X hundred medical student seats. So my takeaway from the UME is that in addition to what we've already studied and recommended on increasing residencies, we also have to increase the number of third-year clinical rotations to accommodate any capacity increases in medical schools.
And Fred, you're absolutely right on that. The third year of medical school is taken in a series of core rotations at your parent institution or whatever institution you belong to. The fourth year, you're given electives to go to other institutions, possibly where you want to demonstrate your academic abilities to someone you might want to train in their residency program, sort of like a debut, if you would. But all of those have interinstitutional agreements. They all have to be USMLE certified. So there's a process. You're not just out there floating in the wind,
right,
taking a break, on Panama City, Florida. You really got to show up, and the institution has to report back to your parent institution for you to get credit.
Is that how you got from Illinois to Texas?
No. I came before medical school.
All right, moving forward. Any other
Can I just ask?
comment?
There's this one kind of question, I guess. Helena, you indicated a couple of times and seemed to be making sure that we notated that this was no cost to the state of Texas.
That is correct.
Have we, McGregor, have we absolutely determined the impact on our state medical schools as to what that impact and cost could potentially be to them?
Part of the negotiation and the discussions with AUC was with regard to them coming in and, quote unquote, buying clerkships. In other words, coming in and offering more than what existing medical schools were providing to those hospitals for their clerkships. And so there was a discussion about that, and AUC had indicated a willingness to open new clerkship positions or open new locations to clerkships as well, and to ensure that there would not be a disruption of existing clerkship positions for our existing medical schools. So I don't think we have a clear answer for you, but AUC indicated a very strong willingness to do everything in their power not to make any disruption to the existing medical schools, which would be where any cost to the state would come in.
Okay.
Is that a fair act?
It is.
Okay.
We would absolutely, in that partnership, essentially, pay our fair share, or absolutely. And also, dependent on what the partnership looks like, avail additional opportunities for students at different schools and to help with the first-year residency issue.
Other questions? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda items K through Q are on the consent calendar. Item R is report on the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program Merit Review for 2011 to 2012 biennium. Information only.
Thank you very much. This is one of those bittersweet reports. It's a very good positive report from the three reviewers regarding our Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program, and it does provide some very good recommendations for us. Unfortunately, the most significant of them have to do with increasing the level of funding for the program. As you may know, we dropped from about $16 million to $1 million in the last biennium, and currently the budget for NHARP as is in HB1 and SB1 is $1 million still, and we had requested a special item to take it back up to $8 million, and that unfortunately didn't make it into the base bill, so it's going to be one of those items that we look at. But we do see that they recognize the value of the program and that the challenges of trying to operate the program with only $1 million of funding are significant in terms of the size of the grants that can be offered and the breadth of disciplines that we can work with. And so while it is a very good, positive report and it is a good reflection on the process that has been developed by the coordinating board over the last 20-some years, it does reflect the fact that we're hurting at this point for the program's funding. And so there's nothing else further that I would try to draw your attention to, but it is a very positive report and a good reflection on our institutions and the researchers that have participated in the program. So thank you.
Thank you. S&T, we're on the consent calendar. Agenda item U, 1 through 4, proposed rules. Now, Gregor, I'm not going to read it.
Thank you very much. This is the consideration of the revised low-producing program rules. And what I would like to do real briefly is give you an overview of our draft numbers for the next round of review. The first year we had right around 500 programs that were low producing. Last year we had 81. This year we actually had a slight increase up to 120 total programs were low producing. However, only 48 of those are new. So looking at it in the trend, it's around 500 to 81 to 48. The other programs out of the 120, there are 72 programs from our first round of review that we did in 2011. There were 120 of those programs that received temporary exemptions. Of those 120, only 68 of them met the low producing standard and were dropped off of the low producing list. So in that 2-year period, they were able to raise their level of productivity enough to meet the low producing threshold and are no longer low producing. The remaining 72 programs are still on the low producing list after the 2-year exemption. And so those programs are what make up the difference between the 48 new programs to get us to 120. Out of the total of 140, the vast majority, 18 are associate degrees, 44 baccalaureate, 33 masters, and 25 doctoral. And so you can see that we are making some very positive progress. You can read from the ability of the institutions to meet that low producing threshold after the temporary exemption. Either we were very much more lenient than we might otherwise have been on the low producing temporary exemptions and gave out too many, or the institutions weren't able to come up, however you want to look at that. But we do have 72 of those programs that we'll be taking a look at for the second time. Of those programs, there were 11 programs. There were a total of 21 programs that came to the board on appeal when we denied them temporary exemptions. Of those 21 programs, the board approved 11 temporary exemptions. Of those 11, 7 do not meet the low producing standard. And so 4 of the 11 that the board provided temporary exemptions for did make it over the low producing threshold. Moving forward, now does anybody have any questions on that before we'll get you more detailed data. This was just kind of a high-level summary since we're still getting everything compiled, but I wanted you to at least have an idea of where we were coming in.
Did I hear you say that of the 2-year exemptions originally given in the first round, that 62 have raised the level of productivity to meet the thresholds and that 72 have not?
Of 140, 68 did make the total. So just under 50%, and 72 did not. Dr. Tischer.
Have those institutions been notified?
Not at this time. They have not been notified, no.
And we don't have a list in our materials of those?
No, sir, and it'll be probably a couple of weeks before we get that ready for posting. But
what is staff's intention, to invite them to comment again, and are we going to offer them another opportunity to appeal to us to gain additional exemption? I mean, what is our plan on those?
Well, sir, that's something that we've been spending a lot of time discussing in my unit, because the board had made it very clear at its initial appeal process that if you got a temporary exemption, don't come back. And so I didn't know if it was the board's will that the staff treat the temporary exemptions in the same way, that if you got a temporary exemption, you don't get a second one. And so, I mean, that's certainly something that is up for discussion and will be part of the review. The staff will not begin that review process of the appeals or the request for the temporary exemptions and consolidations until long about in May, I believe, is when we'll get those documents in from the institutions after they're notified.
And these numbers don't even reflect some of the innovative consolidations that have taken place either by the institutions or with the help of the coordinating board and staff. So I would ask in your report that you also include those that survived, because we invested in strengthening those programs, and publish some benchmarks of some innovative ways that other institutions that are on the edge might be able to strengthen programs and be able to meet those benchmarks in the future.
We can certainly put together the consolidation list and where they are now. Now, I'm sorry?
I guess I'm reluctant to act on this at this point until we do get all of those numbers and kind of see where things are. I'm concerned that some of the institutions obviously are having difficulty meeting the existing standards, and this is looking at even making them more onerous than they were from the last round. It does take some time for these institutions to adjust. And
he didn't even present the proposal yet, but Commissioner?
Well, I wanted to tell board members that yesterday after Fred and I testified before Senate Finance, I received word from Mark Kavanaugh, who's the higher education policy analyst for Senator Seliger, who, as all of you know, is chair of the Senate Higher Education Committee, telling me that the senator has requested that we postpone or pend consideration of this item until he becomes more familiar with this issue. I was told by Mark that the senator would like to have a conversation with me in the next couple of days. He's the new chair of Senate Higher Ed. I think out of respect for the fact that he's familiarizing himself with this with these issues, that we follow or we accept his request affirmatively and pen this matter until the April board meeting at the earliest. Since we're considering changing the rules, it won't take effect for a number of years. I think it's something we should do, and that would also help us address Harold's concern. We're going to meet with Chancellor McCall from the Texas State System, who has a concern about the impact of these rules regarding low-producing programs on one of his institutions, Saul Ross. I think we need to take a close look at that. He thinks Chancellor McCall believes that there are circumstances that we didn't fully consider in proposing these rules, and I think based on those two circumstances, we should pen this matter.
At this time, we did have a public member, our public citizen who wanted to come, Dr. Alyssa White. Are you in the audience? And I will allow her to give some testimony and then discussion.
I'm Elisa White from the University of Texas at Tyler, and I appreciate the chance to provide feedback on the proposed changes to the thresholds used to determine low-producing programs in Texas. The change would have a negative impact on UT Tyler and the East Texas region as a whole. One of the most important roles in the state and for achieving closing the gaps goals is to provide students in East Texas and elsewhere the opportunity to pursue an exemplary education. UT Tyler is located in a predominantly rural area, a 14-county planning region, and there are no other four-year universities within 75 miles. Our place-bound students have few options. In point, about two-thirds of our undergraduate students and nearly half of our graduate students come from that 14-county region. While many choose us because of the quality education we provide, some choose us because we're their only option. They really can't leave. They can't afford to move off and pay living expenses somewhere else. So we're their only option. About 20% of our freshmen who start with us seek a waiver from having to live on campus because they can do so if they live with their guardians in a 50-mile radius of campus. They can reduce costs by continuing to live with their parents, and a big part of student loan debt doesn't come from just tuition and fees, but it comes from living expenses having to travel to another location. So if we're serious about helping students curb their student loan debt, we have to provide access to the courses that they need and the programs they need where they live. We appreciate the intended purpose of raising the thresholds, which is to rein in the cost of higher education. Unfortunately, the proposed rule change may not affect the change that you wish. For example, in our case, chemistry would be considered low producing under the new threshold, even though it's not now. But lower and upper level courses in chemistry are vital to biology students. So we have to offer those courses, whether or not students are allowed to take that degree at UT Tyler. And our chemistry department does an excellent job of preparing future doctors. They have a 100% pass rate, or excuse me, not pass rate, but acceptance rate into med school if they seek entrance into medical school after graduating from our program. Other programs described as low producing are also important to the greater East Texas community and economy. Our history graduate program meets the current threshold, but it would not meet the proposed new threshold. That's a problem because they have to have graduate education if they want to teach in a dual credit program in one of the more 70 ISD programs in our county, our 14-county planning region. Our MS in mathematics is considered low producing and risks being eliminated, but students cannot get developmental ed in the community colleges around us if they don't have teachers who can teach developmental ed in community college. Most developmental education courses are taught by faculty with master's preparation. So the bottom line is that many factors should be considered in determining whether a program should exist or not. Our economics program has few students, only about 15 majors. But we have to teach lower level and upper level economics courses and graduate economics courses to our MBA students as well as our economics majors. So if you say we can't teach or offer that economics program to our students, we still don't save a penny, and we still have to offer the upper level courses. So what we're saying is we're standing ready to work with you, but help us be at the table to look at the process and the criteria that you use, because we're also concerned about our students and our taxpayers and our faculty. So I just appreciate the time to talk to you.
All right. Any questions? Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Well, one of the areas that I still have concern about this program is in addition to the fact that now we're having these 2-year exemptions roll out this year, and we really don't know the full impact of what the current standard is that it would seem that we would expect cost savings, yet I understand from numerous institutions that they're not realizing any cost savings. Have we queried the institutions to prove up what their cost savings were by shutting down programs involuntarily?
We did a cost efficiency survey, and closing low-producing programs was the number one thing they mentioned on the survey. Having said that, though, I think the ability to quantify those savings across institutions was, a little hit or miss. I don't know that there was a clear picture. I think I'm struck by Ms. White from UT Tyler raised some good points. Even though I think this is an important path we're on, this rule doesn't take effect till fiscal year 2018. So I can understand how institutions, instead of saying we've got plenty of time to work out these concerns, I can understand the institution's preference to let's take some time to work them out before and study the impacts of what we've done now, like you're saying, David, before we pass the rule. I want board members to be aware that postponing consideration of this rule change doesn't necessarily postpone implementation, the timing of implementation, number one. Number two, I think it could give us time to look at a couple things that might be promising. We patterned our proposed rule change after the rules in states like North Carolina and Georgia. This is similar to or equal to one of the states, and the other state was actually a little higher threshold, and I forget which was which. Not all states have thresholds, but clearly some states have higher thresholds. What we could do, and granted the geography and the demographics of those states may have dissimilarities, but we could study how they've addressed these issues if they have. Do they have some approaches that have helped institutions, raise their level of productivity? The second thing is that we reached out to the physics programs in particular because we were concerned about low-producing STEM programs, and we said, let's try to innovate some sort of consortium, but that's still kind of a work in process, and I think if we could inject a catalyst to try to jumpstart that effort, we might be able to develop a hybrid delivery approach to some of these low-producing programs that would help institutions, particularly in low population rural areas, jumpstart their productivity. So I think there's some value in taking some time to try to study some of this impact and prove up one or more of these concepts to enhance productivity, perhaps across institutions by being innovative, that would increase the comfort level both over there under the pink dome as well as among the institutions in the state that are concerned about the rule change timing.
And before we go any further, I would like to let the board know that we did have 4 folks here from the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and the Graduate Education Advisory Committee, the co-chairs of each of those bodies. And so I know that Rex Peebles and
Dr. DeFranco.
Agnes DeFranco, I'm sorry, Agnes, I blanked, and Dorothy Flanagan and Jennifer Martin are here if the board has any interest in hearing. The UEAC has met and already discussed some of the alternatives and the regional variation and the specialty program and some of those issues as well, and had some discussions about that and may have some additional input that they'd like to provide if you would like to hear that now. We can go from there if that's all right.
Well, why don't we invite them to come up, and in the meantime, David, you had a comment?
Yeah, they're going to do a presentation.
They're just, yes, I think they're just going to lay out some issues that they had identified.
So I'm still troubled that the real focus of this program is try to control costs. It's not to try to punish institutions or students. And I think the example of UT Tyler, I've heard this over and over again from regional, rural, isolated institutions, is I can't afford to move to the big city. I don't have money. I need to stay and live with my parents. I've heard that over and over again. So I think we have to, one size fits all doesn't always work. I think our focus ought to be on strengthening the programs that are currently in place and benchmarking opportunities to strengthen this. So hopefully the institutions these four folks represent can work amongst themselves and discuss ideas. I think, as I said before, the staff, I know of one program at one institution that not only got a program that had already been closed, got it reinstated, and they added a third program all under a common degree pathway. So they were actually able to add back the degree that was already closed, keep the other degree that was in danger of being closed, and then add another degree that was a very unique degree, all on a similar pathway. And I think those are the type of benchmarks that we really need to promote. And in deference to the chairman, if we adopt what's proposed, this year is the first year where it counts. That's what I think the concern is. Usually it's a 5-year look back. So it'd be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We look at it in 18. So this
evaluated in 18.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So graduation this year would count. I think we have to look at, is that really fair to the institution, saying, okay, now you're really going to have to move faster. I think the institutions have already looked at this. Hopefully they're already making plans to get to the next level. And the last thing I'd like to say is under the current static scenario, if we apply this rule to where we're at now, 25% of our master's programs would be closed. Tell me.
I was just going to say they would be classified as low producing. Many of them may get a 4-year exemption for being that intermediary step between dropping, if they fail to get the PhD, they may be granted a master's.
Okay.
And so those programs may be considered low producing but still continued. And so that may not be, we wouldn't necessarily lose all of those.
And I guess what I'm saying is I'm going to support the commissioner when he makes his recommendation that we allow him to have dialogue with the new members of in the leadership of the House and the Senate. And I would encourage that. I don't know if you need that in the form of a motion, Janelle, that we table this until that can take place. But I would recommend that we table this.
Well, why don't we can do it either way, but why don't we have the testimony, the additional testimony, and then we'll come back to...
That'd be fine.
My name is Rex Peebles. I was a co-chair of the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee when this issue came to it. And I'll just make a couple of brief remarks because many of the concerns that the committee had have already been raised. But one of the things that we did ask for is that the implementation of it be postponed for at least a couple of years because, as you pointed out, the clock starts ticking with 13 graduates to be reviewed in 18. So we would actually like to see almost a full round of 5 years before we move the thresholds up so that we can look at the impact of that. But I think more important than that is the criteria that exist around the exemptions themselves. No one is opposed to trying to be more efficient. No one is opposed to trying to save the state money and institutions money and then put those resources where they can do the most good. But we do have a lot of concerns that have already been raised here about things like geography, for example. I'm from Midland College, and we work closely with Sul Ross. And so I understand the predicament that they're in sometimes in being the only 4-year institution for many, many miles around, and therefore the only opportunity for some of those students out there. So there are considerations of things like geography for foundational programs. Ms. White actually, I thought, articulated very well a lot of the same kind of issues that the UE Act brought up. And so what we would like to see also is some very clear criteria drawn up and a lot of discussion around how the exemptions would work. And I'll leave it at that and then try to answer any questions you might have.
I'm Jennifer Martin. I'm Jennifer Martin. I'm the Senior Associate Provost at Texas Woman's University. And for the previous 10 years, I was also Dean of the Graduate School there, a position that I left this fall. But I currently am the chair of GIAC, and GIAC is made up of graduate deans primarily, although we also have graduate faculty and other academic administrators on that group. We represent a wide variety of institutions with a lot of diversity in geographic location, in the types of programs they offer, and in the size of the institution. So you can imagine that we had a lot of diversity of opinions about the low-producing guidelines and the particular numbers that were going to be there. Despite those differences, I would want you to know that GIAC certainly recognizes the need for careful review of programs, and I think they are supportive of that. They've been supportive of efforts that would increase quality but would also increase efficiency and effectiveness. So I think that they've looked at this very rationally, and in some cases it's been very helpful to those of us who are graduate deans as we've worked with our programs to let them know that they did need to meet certain standards for graduates. But one peculiar thing about graduate deans is although we are responsible for the quality of programs in our institutions, we do not supervise the faculty of those programs. And so the way we're able to work with them truly is to build their trust in what we do. And I think the main thing we saw is something that you've already recognized today. We only got the rules for low-producing programs in their current form in 2010. We are coming to the end of the first 2-year exemption period, and we don't yet have the results, although, McGregor, we appreciated what you told us a while ago, but none of our institutions have those results, nor do we have a complete summary, such as how many of those actually would be low-producing on the master's level. And the main thing I think that the GIAC felt was that we could have a program who we put on a temporary exemption for 2 years. They've worked very hard. They've reached the goals that they needed to reach, and they could emerge from that only to find that with this being passed today, they would now be considered once again a low-producing program. And that would be very hard as a graduate dean to explain how that could come about. So that's a little bit of context for our recommendations that were made. And I want you to know that our group did not look at the particular numbers because those were presented to us as pretty well a recommendation that would go forward. But instead, we had 5 recommendations that we felt would make the implementation go a little bit more smoothly. And Dr. Flanagan, do you want to introduce yourself and present those?
Hi, I'm Dorothy Flanagan. I'm the Vice Provost and Dean of the Graduate School at UTSA in San Antonio.
Could you make sure your mic's on? Okay.
Yes, it's on.
Might bring it a little closer. Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. There were five recommendations that the GIAC would like to share with you, and many of these are issues that you all have already expressed concern about. So I think that in many cases we're in agreement about some of these. The first was to delay consideration of any proposed increases in the thresholds until after summer of 2013. The second recommendation is to continue the current thresholds for low-performing programs through 2018 in order to focus attention on the need for productivity without a focus on the changing targets, as Jennifer had mentioned. The third recommendation is to exclude STEM programs as defined by the National Science Foundation from the proposed thresholds until we can study the impact of this further. The fourth recommendation is to provide a mechanism for universities to express special circumstances. For instance, you had mentioned location, special populations, types of programs, et cetera, might be targets for special consideration. And then the fifth and final recommendation is to study the statewide impact of low-performing programs on review decisions or on student enrollment and other outcomes for institutions. So we really appreciate your interest in our reports and the support that you're giving the institutions in Texas.
And while I have the chance, I just really want to thank you all, and Agnes is in the back there, and for the leadership that you provided, and Jennifer, especially with the GIAC and everything. We had to cancel the GIAC meeting because of Formula One. Nobody could find hotel rooms that weekend for some reason, so we had to reschedule that.
$500 a night.
Well, and
yeah, my daughter.
I think they even tried to look for those rooms, but next year I'm definitely renting out my house. But anyway, I just really want to thank all of you and your committee members for the work that you do and the help that you provide us, because it is extremely invaluable and it makes a difference. And so I just wanted to take this chance while I had you all here to say thank you.
David?
Yeah. Have either of your organizations had any discussion or consideration that by closing some of these regional programs, areas that may be not accessible to other folks, that it might have an impact on our ability to meet our Closing the Gaps goals? Has that been part of your discussion?
Definitely, it was part of the discussion, and I think for some particular areas, I think the location, that really became the big issue, that they felt like they were going to not be able to meet their targets because in some of the smaller schools and the schools that were more isolated, they would lose more programs.
And the students wouldn't enroll in an alternative program? They would just not enroll?
I think that's a possibility. I think what Dr. White said is true for many of the students that I'm aware of, that they want an institution that is near where they live. And I know I'm at an institution where the majority of the graduate students are working. They're not going to leave the location. Thankfully, they have a lot of choices in the Metroplex, which is where I am, but that's not true for some others. So yes, I think some people would go somewhere else, but I think many of our students in Texas are working students who are getting graduate degrees, and I see that more and more.
Is that same for undergraduate?
Yes, I think it might even be more true for undergraduate students because of younger ages, perhaps, even some cultural considerations that come into play. But we also know that nowadays probably over 50% of all your undergraduates, and maybe higher than that, are working themselves part-time, and so they tend to become also then place-bound as well.
Other discussion?
Yeah, I think that some of these, I don't necessarily agree with all 5 of the recommendations, but I do think we are well served to take time to study some of these issues. And the big picture is the state this is a pretty challenging cost-benefit analysis because we've got to decide in a rural area or maybe a STEM program in an urban area, but still one that has very few students. The cost to deliver that education, and I know there's mitigating circumstances, could be very high. On the other hand, we also have to look at the cost of that student not pursuing a degree, or the cost to the student because they have to pursue it in another institution. And what there's a point where the cost benefit is it may be less expensive to give student financial aid to that student from a rural area so they could afford to go to a more productive program or a more urban program with lots of students than it would be to continue offering a program in rural areas that are in. I don't think Tyler counts to the lady that was here earlier. I've been in Tyler. There are traffic jams in Tyler. It's a medical center for that region, but whether it's Alpine or where have you, but that's going to take time to really evaluate what that cost benefit is. We're not armed with the information to make a decision like that today necessarily, but it's a valid question to ask. What is the net benefit to the student in the state versus what it's costing us? And I think the big picture is that there are savings in reducing the number of low-producing programs, particularly if we can innovate ways where we can have a win-win situation to deliver that education remotely, rurally, but maybe do it through successful programs that are working with these other campuses. I don't know what the best answer, or it'll probably be a multiple solutions. So as I said earlier, I agree with the commissioner. I would, certainly support, I think, where you were headed to move to either postpone this to a date certain or leave it pending. But I want to keep it on the front burner because I think we need to keep working at this issue and not just push it back. And that's why I'm not ready to say that we agree to keeping the numbers currently, the thresholds currently hard all the way through 2018. But we don't need to pull the trigger on this today or tomorrow.
So the motion is?
Motion to table. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Can I ask a question of the panel? I think, and I agree with what the chairman's saying is in that regard, I think we're really relying on y'all to be innovative and to benchmark and to publicize the successes of where you're able to, reduce faculty costs and yet still provide that education. I really don't care if you're low degree producing as long as you're low cost. Really, that's been our focus. And I'm wondering if there isn't a discussion within your groups of having online or distance learning for a low degree granting program. Maybe the faculty isn't on that campus, but you take most of your classes at that campus, and then the specialized stuff within that degree field may be at another location that can be shared with multiple other institutions so that the faculty isn't duplicated on that campus. Have you considered any of that?
Yes, I know that that's been discussed not only with members of GEAC, but also in individual institutions. And at my institution, part of the UT system, we've been working with the UT system to provide some innovative solutions to this, because we know that in some cases there's a program at one institution, perhaps in a location that wouldn't attract a lot of students, where they've got a low-performing program, and then an institution in an urban area with many more graduates and with some online courses and some back-and-forth visitation between faculty and students. We believe that we can offer degree programs to students in both locations. So we are working with them to try to develop some solutions to this.
Yeah, and I think there are probably a number of innovations out there that are looking at trying to reduce cost while maintaining access. For students, I'll give you one from my own experience at Midland College. This is hard to believe, but Midland College and Odessa College actually cooperate with each other on degree programs. Yeah. There are certain degree programs, especially in workforce education, where we simply don't have the pool out there, if you will, to operate 2-week programs. So we trade off. And we offer, Midland College will offer a program that Odessa residents can come to and pay in-district tuition. And Odessa offers programs that Midland residents can go there and pay in-district tuition. So I think those kind of, and that's been going on for 2 or 3 years now. And we just added a couple of more programs to the repertoire, if you will, this year. So I think there are a lot of innovations out there, both in terms of distance learning, but also other innovations in terms of cost sharing. Between facility sharing, faculty sharing between institutions. So.
And I think those are the vignettes that maybe the staff can put in some type of a book and say, look, here's some interesting ideas of how they've been able to innovate and still meet our target goals and keep the costs under control.
The only thing I was going to add is that back to the numbers that McGregor first presented before we took up this specific issue, is I don't see that as bad news. I actually see that as some good news. We nearly a 500 batting average in programs bringing up their levels of productivity to the current threshold. So I think we're on the right path and it's the right trend. And what we're debating among ourselves and discussing is what's the right pace of change. And so we just need to continue having that constructive tension, if you will. Anyway, is there a motion on the table?
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Thank you all very much for coming.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make a comment as we open the door to a further discussion of this issue. I was very pleased to hear at the end of the panel discussion that there was a focus on innovation, which I think is a key. We need innovative approaches to revitalize these programs. but it is an extremely curious argument to me that institutions will argue how critical these programs are either to their institutions or their regions when in fact they're subject to closure because they're not producing any graduates. So I challenge the institutions to take that comment into consideration.
You're sure getting down to the short hairs.
Very good. Agenda items 2 through 4 were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8V is a report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting.
And this item doesn't require any action and is just for your information. So you can kind of see some of the other programs that are starting at institutions.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Janelle. The next item on our agenda is item 9, matters relating to the Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges. I believe that one of the other members, Munir, because Dr. Golden is not able to be with us today, you're going to provide his report?
Yes, sir. I will make an effort. Thank you, sir.
Take it away.
Task Force on Community and Technical Colleges, composed of myself, Durga Agarwal, and Dr. Golden as chair, has begun attending a series of listening meetings hosted by community and technical colleges. The purpose of these meetings is to learn more about the best practices for increasing student success, to listen to the challenges facing two-year colleges, and solicit feedback on state priorities and initiatives that directly impact two-year colleges. The plan is to arrange a meeting in each of the 6 regions defined by the Texas Association of Community Colleges. A college in each of the regions is volunteering to host the meetings. They invite trustees, presidents, and other interested persons to attend. The task force members listen to the concerns and solicit input from the participants. The information learned from these meetings will guide the work of the task force on community and technical colleges. The purpose of the task force is to bring a more concentrated focus to the board on issues pertaining to the strengthening two-year colleges and improving student success. Since the October board meeting, the coordinating board staff hosted a 2-day orientation session to help orient the newly named community college liaisons to the operations, policies, and procedures of the coordinating board. The first regional meeting was hosted November 1st at the San Jacinto Central College campus in Pasadena. The attendees were from the Gulf Coast region. After the meeting, the task force members toured the campus and career and technical education programs were showcased. On January 14, the second regional meeting was hosted by Panola College. Meeting attendees were from TAC East Texas region. The meeting was also made available as a streaming web feed archived for later viewing. I want to thank everyone for taking time to attend the meetings in spite of the bad weather that afternoon or that morning, and expressing their concerns and providing input. Input from the field is vital to the success of the task force. Coordinating board staff and task force members are in the process of planning 3 additional regional meetings at El Paso Community College in February, at McLennan Community College in March, and Tarrant County College in April. Meetings beyond these will be reported at the next board meeting. We are excited about these efforts and look forward to our partnership with two-year colleges. And that's it.
Thank you, Munir. Any questions regarding the report? Appreciate it. Next agenda item is item 10, matters relating to the Task Force on Graduate Health Professions. Bobby Jenkins is chair of this task force and will give us a brief update on their work to date. Bobby?
Thank you, Chairman. Agenda item 10A is an update on the activities and work of the Task Force on Graduate Health Professions, which is composed of myself, Janelle Shepard, and Dr. David Tesher. The task force was established in October 2012 with the purpose of bringing a more concentrated focus to issues related to graduate health professions education, with a specific focus the agency's programs that target graduate health professions and the reports that the board and others, such as the legislature, have requested. The task force held its original meeting on October 10th, 2012 in Austin and discussed two of the board's recommendations for exceptional item funding support, which were included in the agency's legislative appropriations request. The two recommendations address the state's need for additional residency training positions for Texas medical school graduates and making additional funding available to support the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program, which helps distribute newly trained physicians to underserved geographic areas of the state. The second task force meeting was held December 11th, 2012 and considered two staff reports. The white paper, Doctor of Nursing Practice and Undergraduate Medical Education, a survey of Texas medical schools, clinical clerkships, and rotations. I provided a report of that meeting to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success the next day on December 12th. At each task force meeting, we heard from stakeholders, including institutional leaders, professional organization representatives, and the public from specific areas of health professions. This approach has provided us with a better understanding of graduate health professions and led us to make improved directives to staff in the development of specific board actions, activities, and recommendations. The next agenda item is Agenda 10B. Agenda 10B is consideration to accept the report, the white paper, the Doctor of Nursing Practice degree. The report was revised to incorporate some clarifications related to funding and support of the programs. I appreciate the input from all of the institutions. And McGregor, if you were going to give us some additional input on the revisions.
Yes, sir. We had been asked for some suggested changes, asked to make some suggested changes from a number of groups, and I wanted to just draw your attention to the largest one. On page 20 of the report, you will find that where we talk about the difference, the cost difference between the BSN to MSN to DNP versus the BSN to the DNP, we did provide a rather substantive footnote so that we can clarify exactly where we got that information. The information is based upon a level of funding to the health science centers, and although we are trying to get it narrowed down, it's difficult to get the actual cost of the nursing programs because they're not broken out. Now, is that I just want to make sure that Stacy's nodding at me so that I'm not speaking out of turn. But that was the largest change that we made. We wanted to clarify that because the UT system did point that out, that we hadn't made that clear, and we wanted to do so. There are significant differences in the cost of doing a master's degree as opposed to doing a doctoral degree, and that was the point that we were trying to make. So that's the major change that was made in this report. There were a couple of other minor language changes that was non-substantive.
Okay. So may I have a motion to accept the report as is revised?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I would like to. I'd like to just bring attention to the supplemental letters that were sent by leaders across the state. A letter from Ken Shine, a letter from all the several deans of nursing schools, and Texas Team, which is a large consortium of healthcare leaders across the state. I'm not really sure what the paper is encouraging us to do. McGregor, you want to clarify that?
There are no recommendations in the DNP report. We were merely asked to provide a summary overview of kind of the status and the background on DNPs, and to show what variations there will be if we move from a straight BSN to BSN to MSN to DNP versus a BSN to DNP without the masters, and some of the consequences of that.
So I guess some of the loudest outcry that I heard from people were that there is a significant job market for these nurses with DNPs. So even though a job currently may say master's required, doctorate preferred, most of, because there's such a shortage currently, you would have no one in these job positions right now. And currently what employers are telling me is they are accepting many of these applicants if they say, I will, complete my doctorate in 2 years or whatever it is. And so I think, again, my basis of wanting to serve on this board is that we have education in Texas that's accessible, affordable, and we're preparing people with skills that they will have jobs for that the job market is telling us they need. So, again, I would answer the outcry that I've heard from employers across the state saying, please don't let the board think that there are no jobs for these nurses when they have their doctorates, and that healthcare is really demanding this. And personally, as we face challenges going forward, healthcare reform, one of the letters originally I think said that healthcare reform was looming. No, healthcare reform is here. We know this, and we are right in the middle of it. So I appreciate the work that the coordinating board did, and I would just encourage us to be sure that we realize this is a very dynamic profession, and it will never be the same. We can never go back to the way the profession was even yesterday, because the future, just as we've quoted in the paper, the Institute of Medicine says if nursing doesn't step up, there will be no doctors to take care of these patients. And there are a few, but there will not be enough doctors to take care of these patients, and nursing has to step up in order to take care of our populace. So thank you.
David?
Yeah. On this page 20 on that diagram, I'm still really confused. These numbers don't seem to be consistent in the average credit hours. And I guess my question on this is, and it's really stimulated out of the discussion on the previous item with the nursing dean from UT Health Science Center Houston, is the degree plans are not what's published, that people are given credit for. So is it linear, or are they just adding too many credit hours in some of these programs? Because on your little 4 asterisks, it says the state's public institutions have a higher average number of hours in their program, but I thought that MSN to DNP was largely an online program, and couldn't they reduce the number of hours and the costs? In other words, are our state institutions making it artificially longer than it needs to be?
I don't have a good answer for that. I think that would, I think some of the points that were made with regard to the 122 hours versus the 112 hours, where UT Health Science Center Houston had been able to reduce the BSN to DNP route from a total of 122 hours to 112 hours, but had not been able to make a corresponding reduction of 10 hours in their BSN to MSN to DNP. I think there is a suggestion there that perhaps there's more hours that could be looked at in the 2-step route. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That is exactly my point. And so I'm saying, why are the institutions having these extremely long periods of time where you have duplicative or potentially unnecessary courses in them? Why don't we ask them to shorten their courses so you can have more throughput at less cost?
And I think that's what we're trying to do, at least trying to identify, is that if we move from the BSN to MSN to DNP route to the straight BSN to DNP, there is a significant difference in the number of credit hours required to get an advanced practice nurse. Because as you can see here, getting an advanced practice nurse outside of CRNA, which requires 80 to 90 hours, some of the other advanced practice nursing programs are along about 55 to 60, I think. And so the difference between 55 to 60 and 90 to 100 hours for the DNP is very significant, and would raise significant difference in cost to both the state and the student in the number of hours required to develop that advanced practice nurse. And in terms of going back in and trying to regulate by semester credit hour each individual degree program, the level of time and effort that is involved in that is significant, and the level of autonomy that institutions have with regard to how they develop their individual degree programs would be up for debate. I mean, I think we look at the number of hours in degree programs, and we do regulate that in terms of we've driven down the number of semester credit hours in our undergraduate programs to the point where we have over 80% of our baccalaureate programs are at 120 hours flat. And that has been a very affirmative effort on the part of the institutions to get down to that level based upon legislation. So I can't say that we don't have the authority to do that. It has not been something that we have necessarily attempted to do at the graduate level in the same way that we have at the undergraduate level. And it would certainly require us to bring in some curriculum experts at the doctoral level for us to be able to have a good evaluation of is there too much in the DNP program in terms of semester credit hours without a resulting benefit in the outcomes for the student. So I know that was around Robin Hood's barn, but I don't have a better answer for you.
I think it deserves further study, or at least a discussion among the institutions of how they can try to streamline that. We're doing it everywhere else.
And we are actually moving forward with a Perkins leadership Perkins leadership grant to reduce the number of hours in the ADN program from 72 to 60, to try and support that. And so, I mean, your point is very well taken, and it's certainly something that we can look at and gather some information to show number of hours required in the different doctoral disciplines or advanced practice disciplines and DNPs as appropriate.
I can assure you this is top of the list for the deans across the state. So they would likely be willing to get together and really come up with a true uniform, probably something they could all agree on. And if that is driven by the coordinating board, I guess that's fine. But they are very focused on this right now. So
good.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Janelle, you mentioned that there's just not going to be enough doctors.
They're not.
So, and I think that's probably a given. So really, what are we saying, that the nurse practitioners are going to fill the gap or replace?
According to the Institute of Medicine, who began to look at these projections, what year did that come out? 2005, maybe?
2006, I think.
Okay. A large report that's highly respected and used as a basis for a lot of different things, medicine, lots of different things. But the proposal is that currently, yes, advanced practice nurses do take care of a lot of the population in Texas. The proposal is that you raise that education level even that much more to a doctorate level, to work alongside physicians, to work in a consortium, maybe underneath a physician, could expand his practice maybe by 3 to 4 times by using 3 nurse practitioners. We're seeing this in the Metroplex all over the place, where one physician now in an accountable care organization will open what's called an extensivist practice, where he takes the top 10% of the most expensive patients in the accountable care organization, and these are all Medicare patients, meaning they're the ones that are the sickest, most complex, and use up the most dollars. You put them all in one practice. You put in that practice nurse practitioners, a psychiatrist, social workers, and truly treat
really, you put a lot of investment in that practice, but you can manage that population so much better. And those are the doctors who are demanding. They want DNPs. These are the nurses that can come in and spend an extra hour with a patient when a physician won't have that kind of time. He needs to see, 35 patients during the day, but a nurse practitioner can take the time with those truly complex, expensive, perplexing patients that your goal is to keep them out of the hospital. And that's where you will see DNPs, nurse practitioners at that level to keep them out of the hospital, keeps costs down, keeps patients well, extend life, extend wellness. But a huge piece of this will be in your John Peter Smith, your Ben Taub, your Parkland hospitals, where clinic. It's all clinic work. Well, that's where you use a lot of really experienced nurse practitioners. They teach patients, and it's all about population management. But that's why employers are screaming for this level of nurse right now, because I was just explaining to McGregor, my hospital system just signed a contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield. 2.6 million people in an accountable care organization. It's all about outcomes. So who drives the outcomes? It's nurse practitioners and doctorate level nurses. We can't hire enough of them. Each hospital in my system now has a PhD nurse researcher. That's somebody that's going to leave the academic area because she's going to get paid more in my hospital to work. And so we need to be opening the floodgates and trying to educate as many master level nurses or whatever, trying to get that level of nurse. There's so many jobs out there. If I had my doctorate, I probably wouldn't be sitting here with y'all. I'd be making a lot more money somewhere else.
Now, can I ask you, can you find enough advanced practice nurses?
There are advanced practice nurses, and that's why I said to you, currently in my hospital, we probably have, I know of 10 advanced practice nurses employed by the hospital to lead consortiums, to lead divisions, orthopedic surgery. They also are in educating our nurses. But I would say 80% of those are already back in school to finish their DNPs.
But can you hire enough advanced practice nurses?
There's always job postings. I don't know if there's enough.
And that's why I'm asking, because from my perspective, if we're looking at moving from the APRN master's level to the APRN doctoral level, and we're increasing the time to degree, and we're increasing the cost,
right? It makes sense to go ahead and graduate.
Presumably, you're going to see a diminution in the number of people pursuing that advanced practice nursing degree. Just strictly because if you increase the time to degree and the cost, fewer people are going to have the time or the will to do so. If there's already a gap, if we already don't have enough advanced practice nurses, do we want to reduce the number of advanced practice nurses that we produce?
Well, I think the argument should be we should streamline immediately. Streamline the path. So as soon as they get enough, currently in Texas, you can practice as an advanced practice, but that you don't have to go back and then reapply to get your DNP. Can't we streamline it so that I put in my 2 years, I get my advanced practice, I'm licensed by the state, I can work, but I don't ever have to slow down in my degree path to the DNP. I think that's what eventually you'll see probably 80% of them go straight to the DNP,
and that's
but they
exactly
will do
what
it while working.
Sought to try to do is have that stop out continuation toward the DNP.
Currently, I think the problem is, and now we'll have to talk to the deans about that, but if we could make that a really viable plan for them. Currently, I think what they're thinking is it's still 2 programs, and then they end up with, they either lose students or there's a barrier or they have to reapply or whatever it is.
But those are their choices as institutions.
But that's why I'm telling you, this is on the top of their list now. I think this is an opportunity for us to get with the deans. They are seeing the future where the national standards have said.
Well, but only CRNAs have said that. Everybody else has said we're not moving that direction now.
But the goal has been said, though, and I actually heard from some deans who said when they voted on this, I can't remember what year it was, that it was very close. It was like a 53% vote, 47 no among the deans. So there is, again, some big conversation, and this may be our chance to really take this forward. My thought to you, Harold, really is that any opportunity we have to break down barriers for anyone to accelerate or elevate their education level, we should be doing that. Yes, I understand very much the shortage should be at the top of our minds, but if we could allow them to begin practice once they receive their master level, but they continue on, there's no barriers for them to stop.
And that's exactly what we asked the deans to do when they came forward and had the first meeting.
What they are doing.
Well, they're trying. So,
no, that's what the nurses do. They come back, they start practicing in the hospital, they're doing their online degree. 2 years later, they got a DNP behind their name.
Well, and this
so
is...
there's nothing that says those deans can't accept those people to both programs simultaneously, that they're reserving a place in line. So once you complete the MSN, then it's seamless. You continue on. We're not stopping that. And that's why I'm happy that they're getting together and trying to be innovative.
Well, let's just, for the future, say then, I mean, I'm glad to, I'm probably the lowest educated nurse in town right now, but I'm happy to.
Smartest and the prettiest.
No, thank you. But I'm happy to work with them to see if we can come to a good agreement across the state, so this isn't a source of irritation for everybody, but maybe a way for us to answer the call for what I'm seeing as the healthcare tsunami.
Yeah. Well, and Mr. Chairman, David, do you have any trouble finding good help? Qualified?
I have trouble paying for it.
But that's just because you're so stingy.
Yeah. No, I think, what Janelle's bringing up an interesting point. I've read a lot of IOM reports. Some of them are accurate and predictive. Some of them turned out to be wrong. I do believe we have the entire triangle of nursing is short. I'm concerned we don't have enough ADNs and BSNs. I'm real concerned about that. I mean, real bedside nurses. I'm concerned that as we build that second echelon of MSNs who are performing a vital function as extenders of physicians, just like PAs are, physician assistants are. And I believe my particular practice, I have a PA, works with me. Probably an extra 50% of the workload that I could not get done. Mm-hmm. So I'm able to do 150% of what I would be able to do without him there. My model is a collaborative practice model. Where I go, he goes. Okay, it's like a dog on a leash. We go to the operating room, we work together. We go to the office, we work together. He does certain parts of it, but ultimately, the physician needs to be freed up from the stuff that they don't need to handle and manage, so that they can handle and manage the really difficult stuff. And the really difficult stuff is making a diagnosis. That's where the really good, experienced, well-trained doctors, when you make the right diagnosis with the minimal amount of testing, invasive procedures, et cetera, that's where your cost savings is. What Janelle's talking about is a population with a certain chronic disease that you want to manage as an outpatient, keeping them out of the emergency room 24/7, and there's going to be a lot of innovation in that regard. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have DNPs. I'm not exactly sure where exactly they're going to function. That'll figure itself out as time, but I also don't want to eliminate the pathway to the MSN. I think that is absolutely vital that we preserve that and promote that. I think we should be promoting our PA programs. I'd call on all the medical school deans and say, why don't you have a PA program in your medical school? And why aren't we promoting that model? Because,
and what do they say? What?
Money, faculty.
Residencies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the PAs don't typically do residencies.
Clerkships.
Yeah, clerkships. They do clerkships, absolutely.
Well, you just hook them up to, the doctor candidate on a leash, apparently.
Well, so regardless of who's on which end of the leash, the original motivation behind this paper was we as a board, even before we have the medical expertise we now have on this board, we're seeing this burst of DNP requests. And so the paper was sort of aimed at, is there merit behind this increasing number of DNPs? And obviously this may not be the last white paper we do, because what we're really learning is it's not just a snapshot in time, as Janelle says. The business model for delivering health care is changing so rapidly and radically. We don't know what it'll look like 5 or 10 years from now necessarily. So I think this will be another one of those ongoing constructive conversations that we have.
And as I was sharing with Durga earlier, I don't know that we need more programs. I think we need expansion of the existing programs. That MSN to DNP is largely an online program. So if we had 7 or 8 offerings across the state, how many more do we need to duplicate that and run up the cost of that? If it's an online program, you can take it from anywhere. Minimal amount of residency requirements. You come visit maybe every couple months for a while. That's the model that we have, and I think it's a fine model. And if MSN nurse practitioners decide that they want to go and get the DNP so they can get a job as faculty or an executive or oversight as a director of a special clinic, we've got it offered. And you don't necessarily have to have it at every single nursing school in the state.
I guess
we haven't reached capacity of the ones that we currently have. Am I right on that?
That's true.
Okay.
No, I think there's more capacity.
So, but what we're doing, McGregor, is we're accepting that this white paper's been done, and it's, to your point, Fred, it's kind of a moment in time, and it'll be a continually evolving thought processes. And as I assume this task force will continue to be engaged in discussing this. David?
Mr. Chairman, I think what I would like to do is move that we approve it and we allow staff to disseminate it.
Okay. All right. Well, we had a motion and a second to approve it.
Okay.
And so, Jim, I think you made the motion.
We'll disseminate it.
Harold, and then we'll disseminate it. Will be part of what staff will be instructed to do. So
it's not posted on our website now, right?
No,
it's
sir.
Just a draft.
Just on the board agenda materials.
So we can vote on that, and I can make another motion.
Sure. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. Janelle?
I would like to move that we also attach the 3 letters that we have, that if we post this online, that these comments would also be added with that.
That's fine.
Does that need a motion?
No, ma'am. We'll post it as an appendix with them.
Okay.
It's a collective thing, I think.
Thank you. Okay.
That's a great idea. All right, moving on. Agenda item 10C is consideration to support the report, Undergraduate Medical Education, a survey of Texas medical schools, clinical clerkships, and rotations with revised recommendations. The board asked staff to survey Texas medical schools about existing capacity and availability of clinical clerkships and rotations, given the request by the American University of the Caribbean to offer limited clinical placements for their Texas medical students. The original staff report included several recommendations that related more to graduate medical education than undergraduate medical education. These recommendations have been removed. So may I have a motion to approve the report as has been revised?
Move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Passes. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the Task Force on Graduate Health Professions.
Thank you, Bobby. The next agenda item is item 11, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, chaired by Munir Lalani. Munir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Agency Operations Committee met yesterday afternoon, and first item on the agenda, 11A, during the Deputy Commissioner's report, the following reports were provided to the Agency Operations Committee. A, the presentation of student loan collection by the Office of the Attorney General. Second item was quarterly financial report. Item third was continuous improvement report. And D, or number 4, is compliance monitoring plan. The committee also received several reports from the internal auditor and approved an amended audit plan and amended audit charter. Next, item 11B, there was no public testimony. And item 11C is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the issuance of state of Texas college student loan and college student loan refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $240 million in one or more series, authorizing the commissioner to approve all the final terms of the bonds, approving the forms of an official statement, paying agent registrar agreement, escrow agreement, and bond purchase agreement, and resolving other matters related to the subject. The resolution also authorizes the commissioner to either execute a mode conversion and remarket the bond series 2004 and 2006 variable rate bonds to a fixed rate mode as provided under their respective authorization resolutions, or refund such bonds. The committee voted to approve this resolution, and I think Dr. Alonso is up front here if the board has any additional comments or discussions or questions.
Move approval.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. That concludes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Munir. That brings us to our last and final item on the agenda, adjournment, and concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a second? Second. Probably about 8 of them. All right. Motion passes.
All those in favor stand.
All those in favor stand.